seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon at the ghost face. Yeah, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy all alone. If you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy all alone. If you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
I should be at home, I should be alone. Instead of convincing somebody that I'm gonna call. When the morning comes, I should settle down, make my mama proud. Says she been wanting grandbabies, I just been practicing how. What? If you wanna dance with me, I'll spin you right around. Hand on your hip and dip you down, down, down. Baby, don't you fall for me, I tell you right now. You're gonna hate me when we hit the ground. Baby, I'm a project, loving me's a mistake. Find another prospect, save yourself the heartbreak. Think you're gonna fix me, think we're making progress. You'll be broken with me somewhere in the process. Baby, I'm a project. me out. If you need persuading, then baby, just ask around. It's a little town, you should think again. Listen to your friends. I got more to work on than I would like to admit. Yeah. If you wanna dance with me, I'll spin you right around. Hand on your hip and dip you down, down, down. Baby, don't you fall for me. I'll tell you right now, you're gonna hate me when we hit the ground. Baby, I'm a project, loving me's a mistake. Find another prospect, save yourself the heartbreak. Think you're gonna fix me, think we're making progress. You'll be broken with me, somewhere in the process. Baby, I'm a project. Now stop. Take a look at yourself. Put that fairy tale bullshit back on the shelf. I know you like guys if you think you can help, but I ain't gonna be a notch in your little tool belt. If you're looking for love, you ain't looking for me. If you're looking for a good time, hold my train. We can finish this song. Let me find my keys. Go on, get to working on this project. Loving me's a mistake. Find another prospect. Save yourself the heartbreak. Think you're gonna fix me. Think we're making progress. You'll be broken with me. Somewhere in the process, baby, I'm a project.
wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. If I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I heaver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's heavering to you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. When I'm working, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. And when the money comes in for the work I do, I'll pass almost every penny on to you. When I come home, oh, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home to you. And if I drove, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who's going over you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. When I'm lonely, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who's lonely without you. And when I'm dreaming, well, I know I'm gonna dream about the time when I'm with you. When I go out, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. And when I come home, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home with you. I'm gonna be the man who's coming home with you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door.
I hopped off the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the taxi man turned on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. I know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Get to the club in my taxi cab. Everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town. So hard with my girls on around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. Cause all I see are stilettos. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the DJ drops
a summer, I want a party. I want a summer, I want a party and live my life. I want a party and fly.
I'm fly just like a bird. But you are a bird. Oh yeah, you're right. So let me fly just like a rocket. Okay, fly so high.
Welcome to the 2024 Industry Insider Summit. Please enjoy some breakfast. Our program will begin in 15 minutes. Our program will begin in 15 minutes. Thank you.
I want a party, I want a samba, I want a party and fly.
I'm that samba master. Push out sound from my ghetto blaster. You dance fast, but I dance faster. You too slow, you need to catch up.
You can dance and dance. I want a party, I want a samba, I want a party, I want a samba, I want a party and live my life. I want a party and fly.
Open up my heart, you can love me or not. There's no such thing as sin, let it all come right in. I wanna make some mistakes, I wanna sleep in the mud, I wanna swim in the flood, I wanna fuck till I'm done. I like whiskey on ice, I like sun in my eyes. I wanna burn it all down, so let's start a fire. I wanna be lost, so lost that I'm found, naked and laughing with my blood on the ground. I've already seen the bottom, so there's nothing to fear. Know that I'll be ready when the devil is near. I am here. I am here. All of this is wrong, but I'm still right here. I don't have the answers, but the question is clear. Let me ask you, where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? Let me ask you, where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? Let me ask you. May the light be upon me, may I feel in my bones that I am enough, I can make anywhere home. My fingers are clenched, my stomach's in knots, my heart it is racing, but afraid I am not. Afraid I am not. I am here. I am here. I've already seen the bottom, so there's nothing to fear. I know that I'll be ready when the devil is near. 'Cause I am here. I am here. All of this is wrong, but I'm still right here. I don't have the answers, but the question is clear. Let me ask you, where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? Let me ask you, where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? Where does everybody go when they go? there's nothing to fear. Know that I'll be ready when the devil is near. 'Cause I am here. I am here. All of this is wrong, but I'm still right here. I don't have the answers, but the question is clear. Let me ask you. Where's everybody go when they go? Where's everybody go when they go? Where's everybody go when they go? Let me ask you. Where's everybody go when they go? Where's everybody go when they go? Where's everybody go when they go? So let me ask you. Let me ask you. So let me ask you.
I got my ticket for the long way round. 2 bottles of whiskey for the way. And I sure would like some sweet company. And I'm leaving tomorrow, what do you say? When I'm gone, when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my hair. You'll miss me everywhere. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. When I'm gone, when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my walk. You're gonna miss me by my talk. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. I got my ticket for the long way round, the one with the prettiest of views. It's got mountains, it's got rivers, it's got sights to give you shivers, but it sure would be prettier with you. When I'm gone, when I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my walk, you're gonna miss me by my talk. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. When I'm gone, when I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my hair, you're gonna miss me everywhere. Oh, you're sure gonna miss me when I'm gone. When I'm gone, when I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my walk, you're gonna miss me by my talk. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
You know you have it. You take a moment, make it magic. Yeah, the way you move is so dramatic. I think I might make you a habit. Yeah. See all these faces, so many numbers on your wait list. You make me wanna make some changes. Drive me to drink, I'm drinking cases. Yeah. Every step you take, everyone ever knew ya. Sing hallelujah. Whoa, because when you go low and I get higher, when you move that slow, it lights my fire. I might be falling for you, I don't know. I think it might be what you came here for. Whoa, when you go low and I get higher, when you move that slow, it lights my fire. I'm in attention, I ain't got no shame, no inhibition. I'm just glad you came. Whoa, stepping to the light and flowing, leaving everybody broken hearted. God, it's a sign I'm so hot. The way you slide across the floor, I think you know that I'm only gonna beg for more. Every step you take, everyone ever knew ya. Sing hallelujah. Whoa, because when you go low, I get higher. When you move that slow, it lights my fire. I might be falling for you, I don't know. I
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the 2024 Industry Insider Summit. Our program will begin in 5 minutes, so please find a seat. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
That slow, lights my fire. I might be falling for you, I don't know. I think it might be what you came here for. Whoa, go low, I get higher when you move that slow. Lights my fire, slide across the floor. I think you know that I'm only gonna beg for more. Can you feel it? Now it's coming back. We can steal it. If we bridge this gap, I can see you through the curtains of the waterfall. Then I lost it. Yeah, you held my hand, but I tossed it. Didn't understand you were waiting as I dove into the waterfall. So say, Geronimo, 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 say, Arms away, arms away, arms away. Arms away, arms away, arms away. When we rushed it, moving way too fast, and we crushed it, but it's in the past. We can make this leap through the curtains of the waterfall. So say, Geronimo, 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 say, Geronimo. Arms away, arms away, arms away. Arms away, arms away, arms away. Just a boy with a broken toy, all lost and coy. At the curtains of the wall. So it's here I stand as a broken man. Now I found my friend. At the curtains of the wall. Now I'm falling down with a crashing sound. And you come around. Curtains of the wall. And you're rushing me, and it sets us free. So I fall to my knees. So say, Geronimo, say, Geronimo, say, Geronimo, say, Geronimo, say, Geronimo, say, Geronimo, say, Geronimo.
about everything that's going to be happening. Now, right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite one of our founding partners, Kyle Nelson, up to the stage, and he's going to do the introduction. Ben has been our partner for years and years, and Kyle obviously knows him super well, and we've followed his career. We've been at his races. And so with that, I'll turn the time over to Kyle Nelson.
Thanks, Greg, and we appreciate all of you for coming out. We're so grateful for the partnerships that we have in this room and for all of your support. Ben Keating has been a partner of Max Connect for 8 or 9 years. We were just talking about that, how long it's been. When we started with Ben helping his dealerships, they had 14. And we made an introduction, someone made an introduction for us, and we got into 1 or 2 of his dealerships. I think the Tomball dealerships, they wanted to test us out and see how we worked, and within several months we were helping all of the dealerships, which we were very glad to do. Ben Keating is aggressive in business and on the racetrack. And his 14 dealerships over the past several years have grown into 30 dealerships. He just signed on his 30th dealership, all of them in Texas. Ben, when COVID hit, Ben thought, okay, now's the opportunity where I can get aggressive and go out and get some more dealerships, and he's done that. Since COVID hit, he's purchased 14, is that the number? 13, 14 dealerships. And that actually aligns very well with Max Connect. When COVID hit for Max Connect, overnight our revenue dropped 30%. And we saw that a lot of people were panicking in the market, and some people were having layoffs. And we thought as a company, this is a great opportunity to bring talent into the business. And so I think we align with Ben on that. I want to tell you a quick racing story about Ben. So we were at Le Mans last year, and if you guys don't know what Le Mans is, you probably know the movie Ford versus Ferrari. Who's seen that movie? Okay, so Le Mans is that big race that they're going to race Ferrari and they win. So we were there last year with Ben, and Ben was racing the Corvette. And in the first hour or so, they had a mechanical issue which set them back, several minutes. They were a couple laps down, and that's where they held throughout most of the day. And it came nighttime, and Ben was telling us it was about midnight, and he was telling us, well, the best we'll probably do is 12th place because we're so far back in the pack, so everyone should go home and go to bed. So we go home, we go to bed, and we get up in the morning, and they're moving up, and they're second place, and we're getting to the track as fast as we can. And what had happened is overnight, Ben took the overnight driving stint and got them a lot closer, and then some of the other racers came in and got them even closer. And so we watched Ben and his team cross the finish line at the 24 Hours of Le Mans race last year in first place. It was the 100th anniversary of Le Mans, and they took the checkered flag in the American Corvette car, and we were so ecstatic to be there. And that just kind of, for me, describes who Ben is. Ben never gives up. Ben's a fighter. Ben's aggressive in business and in racing and in life, and he's been a great partner for Max Connect. We're so delighted to have him. So I present to you Ben Keating.
Hey. Thank you. Howdy. I am super pumped to be here. I'll probably sit down. I might stand up too as I go along, but I will say that I'm honored to be here and just pumped to tell you some stories. I don't have any kind of a written speech out. I have a lot of stories I want to touch base with you or tell you about, and then it's my hope that I'll leave time at the end that you can ask me questions so that I can respond to what it is that you want to hear about or what you think I might be leaving out of this story. But I'm going to run through quite a few what I just call vignettes of things I've learned through the years, and I'm going to start off as a teenager, as a high school kid, living in Tomball outside of Houston, Texas, and I'll say that, I grew really quickly in business, and a lot of people ask me why in the world, or how was I willing to take such big risks, and how did I pull off all these things? And as I look back at that, I look back to my high school years, and I would tell you that I went through drug rehab twice in high school, and once as a sophomore. As soon as I got my car, I got freedom, and I was off to the races. No pun intended. But I was a challenge seeker. I was an adventure seeker, and let's just say I was having a lot of fun. My parents caught wind of it, sent me to treatment. I went through treatment, and then I went to a halfway house in Baton Rouge, Louisiana for all summer long, and then I came back to Tomball for my junior year of high school, about 3 months there. Long story short, I got back into it, and I got busted again by my parents and shipped off, this time to Oklahoma City. I started kindergarten when I was 6. My birthday's in August. They had the choice of what to do, so I started kindergarten when I was 6. We decided as a family that I was better off not to move back to Houston. So even though the family was all in Houston, I decided to stay in Oklahoma City. So as a senior in high school, I was my own legal guardian in Oklahoma City, and I got an apartment in Oklahoma City in whatever school district I chose to go to. And that wasn't a big deal to me when I was a kid. Now that I've had kids that have all been through that, it blows me away. I can't imagine either of my children being in a different state, their own legal guardian, living on their own for their senior year of high school. But that was me. And I look back on that time very fondly. I'm sure my parents don't, but I look back at it as a very fond time, and I believe that extreme independence that I had at a really early age kind of established me as being different than everybody else. I had comfort being different than everybody else, and I had comfort that, I had comfort in betting on myself. I had comfort in my work ethic, and it just kind of set the tone for me for not only my whole college career, but my whole professional career, maybe even my whole racing career. And so I look back at those times, quite frankly, I look back at my kids' times, and I feel like I have fallen short because life has been too easy for them. Every time something gets tough, I tell my wife, don't worry about it. They need these rough times. But I feel like those times for me were very forming of my willingness to be independent and willingness to be on my own, and confidence in my ability to be successful. So that's kind of where it starts. I'm going to go off on 3 racing stories with a little theme to the story, and then a few business stories. But Kyle talked about Le Mans. You talked about the Ford versus Ferrari movie. I feel like I have lived that movie. In the last 6 years at Le Mans, I have been on the podium 5 out of 6 times. I believe that every car in that race is a long shot. I don't believe like there's anything as a favorite, because in each one of those years there have been at least 25 cars in my class, and there's so much out of your control that, over 24 hours, anything can happen. And I feel like it's unreasonable to expect that you're going to do well. And it seems outrageous to me that we've done that well. But in 2018, I got third place in Le Mans in a Ferrari. In 2019, I got the opportunity I'm a third generation Ford dealer. So I grew up as a Ford dealer's son, and my first dealership was a Ford dealer. My grandfather was a Ford dealer. He had 5 kids, 4 of them became Ford dealers. So I grew up with extremely deep Ford roots. And, I grew up as a racing driver driving Vipers. So it was a big deal. I'm cutting to the chase here and saying it was a big deal when Ford came to me and said, we would allow you to buy one of our factory racing Ford GTs if you race it at Le Mans. It was, the price was way too high. It was outrageously expensive, but I chose to do it because of all the deep connections that I had with Ford. And so in 2019, I raced the Ford GT, and I'll just say that the ACO is the governing body for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They had a rough history with Ford, back a few years earlier in, I think it was 2016. It was the first year that the new Ford GTs had come back. They won Le Mans based on playing the political game. They were way faster than all the other competitors. The ACO felt burned by them from 4 years earlier, and so since that time period, they'd slowed them all down. And so the Ford GT was not the fastest car there. And so going into the race, I did not feel like we had an opportunity to win. And so we were trying to do every last little marginal gain that we could have. And now that the program's dead and gone, I can kind of tell some of those stories. But the ACO gives you a certain amount of fuel allotment, and we were allotted 96 liters of fuel in our fuel cell. A fuel cell is a metal box with a rubber bladder inside of it, and we were allowed 96 liters. We'd set up our engine during all the testing to burn as much fuel as possible. So the computer was burning as much fuel as possible. Every way we could burn fuel, we were burning fuel, because we knew the ACO was measuring it, and that's what they were going to give us fuel mileage based off of. And when we got into the race, we got really lean. When you run the engine leaner, you get more power. So everything was good. We had more power. And we had more fuel capacity. But the reason that's important is because Ganassi, who had worked with Ford on this particular car, had designed a fuel cell that filled really quickly to 90% and very slowly for the last 10%. And we were only required to be stopped for long enough that a full fuel, when they plugged in the fueling rig to the car, full fuel took 35 seconds. During the race, we were not fast enough necessarily. We didn't have the speed to win the race on speed, but we were slowly creeping up to the front because our pit stops were slower than everybody else's. And they were faster. We were about 6 seconds faster than everybody else, and the ACO didn't know why. Now I can tell you that we were only putting in 90% of the fuel that we needed in the tank, because now that's all we needed to be able to do our 14 laps. And so we were making 6 seconds up on every single stop that we came in on. But according to the way it looked to the ACO, we were breaking the rules. And so I'm going to cut to the chase and say, miraculously, based on our strategy, we won the race. And so our first win in 2019 it was in the Ford GT. It was super special. I got to celebrate with Bill Ford and Jim Farley, and it was just a really special moment for us. I flew home on leaving on Monday or Sunday night, and arriving back at home on Monday. And I got a call when I arrived at Houston Intercontinental Airport that said, "I'm sorry, Ben, but they've just disqualified the car." And so if you've watched the Ford versus Ferrari movie, you remember, Ken Miles wins the race, and he held back for the photographic opportunity when they crossed the line. And at the end of the race, they say, "Well, you didn't really win because the other guy traveled further because he started further back." Anyway, nobody understands how he feels the way we understand the way he feels. You had the, I think it was ABC Wild World of Sports when I was a kid. You watch the skier, wreck going down the slalom where they talk about the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. That's how I felt. Kind of the moral of this story, or the theme of this story, is everybody in the racing world, especially in the Ford world, and none more so than Bill Ford, felt like the French were out to get us. It felt like this was retribution for what Ford did in 2016. They were really angry. Every time the media interviewed me about it all, I did not feel that way. And the reason I didn't feel that way is because I was involved in the engineering decision to put our fuel cell exactly at 96 liters. Our engineering team wanted to leave a little margin for error in the size of our fuel cell. I didn't feel like we had any margin to give because we weren't fast enough. And I made the decision, or I was part of the decision, to set it right at 96 liters. We were disqualified because during the race our fuel cell expanded by, I think this is 500 milliliters. It expanded by about that much of what I have left, of 400 milliliters. So we had 96.4 liters in the tank. And the rules, before we started the race, the rules clearly say if you have more than 100 milliliters more capacity at the end of the race, then the penalty is disqualification. I was part of that decision. The rules were made before the race. They might have been out to get me, but if that's true, we made it way too easy for them. And so it was really easy for me to take ownership of that disqualification. That's kind of what I take from the 2019 Le Mans experience. It was an incredible experience on Sunday. It was an unbelievably hard experience on Monday, but I don't have a problem with it. And it's mostly because I'm able to take ownership of the decisions that we made and what happened. I don't feel like anybody was out to get me. Interestingly enough, I had a really difficult Daytona 24-hour race this year, and I felt like we made, my team made a big strategy mistake in the middle of the race, and we had a heart-to-heart after that race where I explained to them that I'm really into that type of stuff, and I think I'm a really good resource. And I wish they would have talked to me about that because, I might have made the same decision that you guys made, but if I'm a part of the decision, that I get to take ownership of it. If you don't involve me, then it's all your fault. So it was just a nice opportunity to be able to take ownership of that tough situation because I was involved in the conversation. Fast forward to 2022, 24 Hours of Le Mans. 2019 we won in the Ford GT, got disqualified the next day. 2020 I did Le Mans in a Porsche. We had a terrible race. 2021 I was in an Aston Martin. We got second place, and we were, I'll just say I feel like we were unlucky in getting second place. In 2022, was in an Aston Martin, and we thought we had really good speed. We qualified in qualification, just so I can help kind of monitor my timeline. When did I start? How much time do I have? Okay, thank you. I'll just say I won't go through that story. I'll say we qualified 19th. Nobody has ever won Le Mans from as far back as 19th place. And we felt like we were going to be fine because we felt like we had the speed. We felt like we had left enough speed in our back pocket. And so when we start the race, there's this big game playing that goes on before the race. Everybody's hiding speed. And we felt like we were doing a better job of that game than everybody else. And so we start the race thinking, okay, we're going to be fine. In the top 7 cars that started that race, there was one Porsche. And by the end of the 5th lap, the top 6 cars in that race were all Porsches, and we all went, oh no. The Porsches played this game way better than anybody else, and they were 2 seconds a lap faster than any other brand of car in that particular race. And so at the beginning of the race, we felt like we've got no shot. And we kind of had a little huddle among the team and just said, hey, all we can do is control what we can control. Let's just put our head down, do the best laps we can do, and not make any mistakes, don't get any penalties, so on and so forth. And throughout the race, miraculously, one by one, every one of those Porsches made a mistake, got a penalty, had a mechanical, went through the gravel. Even with 3 hours left to go in the race, I had done the calculation. We were winning. We were in the lead with 3 hours to go in the race, and I had done the calculations. I was in the car, driving, racing around the track while doing all this math in my head. There were 2 Porsches that were, one was 30 seconds behind me, one was 40 seconds behind me. We were doing about 15 laps per hour. They're 2 seconds a lap faster than us. It's pretty easy to say that, there are 3 hours left in the race, they're going to pass us. I was looking at it going, the best we can hope for in this race is 3rd place, even with 3 hours left to go, even though we were leading. And I got out of the car with 1 hour left to go in the race, and I look up at timing and scoring, and we're in 1st place by 39 seconds. And everybody's congratulating me on what we've done. I'm going around going, what in the world happened? Well, it turns out, one of the Porsches were, even though they were fast, they were difficult to drive. And trying to catch up to us in the Aston Martin, one of the drivers had made a mistake and take a big trip through the gravel, and they had an unplanned pit stop as a result. The other Porsche had a mechanical gremlin, an electrical gremlin that popped up at the end of the race, and they had to come into the garage and fix it. And so, long story short, we ended up winning that race, which was a huge deal for lots of reasons. Number one, because we didn't think we had a shot. Number two, because for me personally, it was a little bit of redemption on 2019. Not redemption of getting back the series for screwing me, because I didn't think that's what had happened. That's the way the media portrayed it. But for me, it was redemption in proving to myself that I belonged to be there. That the first one time wasn't a fluke. But What really was special about that win that year is that we didn't win on pace. We didn't win on speed. We won because we did everything in the right way. We had a clean race. We had no penalties. We had no mistakes. We had no bad pit stops. It was an incredible team win, and it's one of those deals where you feel like if you do everything the right way, you ought to be rewarded. And that's one of the only times in racing where I can say I feel like, man, we won the biggest race in the world because we were rewarded for doing everything in the right way. The big story there to me was that we did well just on the areas. We controlled what we could control. We can't control what the other teams are doing. We can't control the speed of the other cars. And we're just like, don't worry about them. Just do what we can do and do the best job we can of it. And it was an incredible win for us. Based on those results, so as you know, I'm a car dealer, I'm a car racer. I've always tried to race what I sell. I don't sell Aston Martins. I was very successful in the Aston Martin. We won the World Championship in 2022 and Le Mans there. And so it was a great car. They really wanted me to drive for them again. But based on the results in the Aston Martin, Corvette Racing came to me and said, hey, what about driving for us next year? And it was a big deal for me to be able to race something I sell. Even though they speak English at Aston Martin, it's the Queen's English. It's nice to talk to somebody on the radio that sounds like me. It's nice to race with an American team, an American car, an American flag, national anthem. Those kind of things are just special. Race for something I sell. So I switched to Corvette in 2023, and as Kyle already alluded to, I'll kind of go to the end and say we won the national championship last year as well, world championship last year as well. I'm not going to talk about it, but I'll say last year was probably the best year ever for me in racing. I won the national championship in the LMP2 class in IMSA as well. But in the Corvette, we won the world championship. We ended up winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans in last year in 2023, second year in a row. And I don't have it set up. I kind of wish I would have. I still get choked up when I see it. But I have a selfie on the podium. I still get choked up about it. Of winning Le Mans, listening to the Star-Spangled Banner under the American flag with 300,000 people from all over the world there watching. Just an incredible, obviously emotional experience to do that. And Cal talked a little bit about it. It was a fun year for me because the bronze driver, so every driver in the GTM class is rated bronze, silver, gold, or platinum. Every car in that class has one bronze, one silver, one either gold or platinum. And I'm the bronze driver, which just means I'm the old guy. Can't remember why I started on that story. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, it was a big deal for me to go through. I do remember. So this year was the first year that the bronze drivers got to qualify the car, and I qualified the Corvette on the pole in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So big deal, big celebratory thing. We're starting up front, and as Kyle already alluded to, we had a damper or a shock failure in the first 60 minutes of the race. The first hour of the race, it took us 10 minutes to fix that, which doesn't sound like much. It was really quick, and it is really quick, but we went 2 laps down, and if you look at the history of Le Mans, nobody has ever won from 2 laps down. Nobody's ever recovered from that. And significantly, I'll go back to the previous year. Nobody had ever won from starting 19th place. And we miraculously achieved that in 2022. Going back and looking at 2023, I remember standing up in front of the video screen in hospitality, in front of timing and scoring, and explaining to everyone in the room how we're currently running 17th, and it's mathematically the best we can hopefully, possibly hope for is to get 12th. It's mathematically impossible to do any better than 12th. Long story short, my older eyes don't see very well at night, so the strategy is I don't drive at night. The strategy is I'm not as good as my pros driving in the rain, and so I prefer to not give up time or drive in the rain. I'll say that I drove a little bit before it got dark on Saturday, and various different things happened throughout the race. But I'm going into an area called the Porsche Curves, and most of you, I'm confident, are not familiar with what I'm talking about here, but it's a super fast corner. You approach it in 6th gear. All you do is brush the brakes, downshift to 5th, and you turn in. Your minimum speed on that corner is about 150 miles an hour. And I'm on slick tires with no grooves, and I'm approaching this corner, and as I'm approaching this corner, it downpours rain, I might have literally prayed out loud. I was scared to death at this moment, but most of the Le Mans track is on public roads, and this is where the public roads transition to the dedicated track. And so I made the decision to not turn. I made the decision to stay straight and stay on the public road and stay in the middle where you got the crown of the road, because I'm on slick tires and I wouldn't have any grip. And I slowed, so I went off track, went straight where they have a nice long runoff period, and slowed down the car really, really slowly, turned it around, and tiptoed back to the track. And I felt devastated as a driver because I'm looking at you have a predictive lap on your dash. You've done the lap so many times, you know where you're supposed to be. And I'm looking there, and I have just cost the team 15 seconds in the car. And I thought, oh, this is disaster. And I felt really, really bad. I got on the radio and said, guys, please get me out of the car. This is really bad. We need to have rain tires on. I want out. I just felt really bad about what I had just done. I got out of the car and I looked up at the television screen, and they were showing a replay. 4 cars behind me, all 4 of them tried to go make that turn, and all 4 of them went into the wall one after another, and ruined their race. It turns out I made a really good decision, and that type of thing happened a lot throughout the race. Of the 27 cars that started the race, I think only 11 cars finished the race. There was more attrition, DNF, did not finish in that race than any other Le Mans that I'm aware of. And so one of the ways that we did so well is that a lot of the cars that were fast, a lot of the cars that were in the lead didn't make it to the end. But I did not understand how we got to the front. I did not understand how we made up 2 laps, how we got to the lead. because I was either driving or sleeping. But either way, I was not paying attention to what was going on in timing and scoring. I literally had to go home, watch the race, follow timing and scoring step by step to figure out what in the world happened. What happened is that one by one, everybody had some sort of a problem. We got one lap back, being lucky as a result of a safety car. We got one lap back. So I've already talked about my strategy of not driving at night. I went to bed at midnight after giving my, hospitality, all my guests, a big, discussion of how we weren't going to do well. They should all go to sleep. I also went to sleep at midnight. At 1 a.m., they came banging on my door and said, "We need you in the car right now." I didn't know what happened, but I threw on my racing clothes and ran down there and got in the car at 2 a.m., again, realizing that this is way off strategy. I'm not going to be on pace. Why in the world am I in this situation? I don't know, but I'm just going to do my job. Turns out Nico, who was a 22-year-old guy from Argentina, when he woke up at 1 to get into the car, walking downstairs, fainted, passed out, blacked out in the stairwell, fell down the stairwell and was unconscious. So they sent him to the medical center, and they needed a driver. So, I got in the car. I drove from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Asking on the radio, what in the world happened? And they're like, just don't worry about it. Just drive. They're telling me I'm going to get out of the car at 5 a.m. I'm like, who's getting in the car? Is Nico okay? Yes, he's good to go. He's getting in the car. So the strategy was for me to drive most of my time on Sunday morning. I had proven that was the best strategy in 2021, 2022. And so most of the other bronze drivers were also doing the same thing. Nico was lightning fast. He was one of our fastest guys in the car. And as it worked out, because of weather, because of attrition, whatever different reasons, I had done pretty well of keeping pace from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Then in the morning, on Sunday morning, at Le Mans, that's what they call happy hour. Because it's when the air is coolest and the track is coolest, and when it's cool, the cars have more power and they're faster. The track has been raced on for a long time, 15 hours or so already, and it gets what we call rubbered in. The pavement gets rubber on it, and the track becomes faster, and it becomes daylight, so you can see what's going on, take a little bit more risk. And so that's happy hour. That's when the fastest laps are done, usually is on Sunday morning. And so Nico, one of our fastest guys, was in the car versus all the other bronze drivers who were driving in the morning the way I was supposed to. And we literally drove back a lap, which is about 4 minutes, by Nico being that much faster than the other bronze drivers, and them having to do 6 hours of drive time, and he just murdered them. So kind of the lesson, I'll talk about an earlier lesson many years ago. I made a mistake at the 24 Hours of Daytona, and we were leading the race, and I was devastated. I felt like I had made a big mistake. Bill Riley was running the team for me, and he pulled me aside and he said, "Listen, today, yes, you might be able to look back on that and say that you made that mistake. Tomorrow, I'm going to make a bad strategy call, and it's going to be my fault that we didn't win the race. A month later, it's going to be a mechanic that that trips and falls and doesn't have a good pit stop that costs us the win. But this is a team sport, and we win as a team and we lose as a team. Period. There is no one person that cost us this race today. And that has stuck with me a long time. And as I think about that experience of winning at Le Mans last year in 2023, that's what I think of. When I thought to myself, my gosh, I just cost us the race because I cost us 15 seconds in lap time. I think back on that. I think about how we ended up eventually winning it, and I would say, you win as a team and you lose as a team, and therefore, it's not about me. It almost seems selfish for me to be able to look back on it and say, oh my gosh, I cost us this race. It's also selfish to say that we won because I did well in the night or I qualified on the pole or any of that stuff. It's absolutely not about me. You can't do it alone, which is exactly true about my business and all of your businesses, any organization. You can't do it alone. You win as a team and you lose as a team. And I think that that is true in success or in failure. But it was true for sure in our success that year in Le Mans. In business, a lot of times, my people will hear me talk a lot about the idea of a comparison. I'm a very competitive guy. I'm always talking about the comparison with my team. I like to tell the story. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, or some version of it. But I like to talk about two hikers hiking through the forest. They come into an opening in the mountains. They look across there, and there's a big bear. And the bear stands up and looks at them and starts coming towards them. One hiker takes off his backpack, starts taking off his boots and putting on his trail running shoes. And the other hiker says, "What are you doing? That bear can run 35 miles an hour. You can't outrun that bear." And the guy says, "I don't have to. I only have to outrun you." It's important to know what the comparison is, what the goal is. And I'm always talking about those types of things in my business, in my life. When I think about why did I choose the car business, most people think I chose the car business because I'm a third-generation Ford dealer. I'll tell you that, as a kid, I worked at Tomball Ford from the time I was 11 till I was 16. And my job was parking cars in a straight line, picking up trash, and washing cars. That's it. And I'll say that that's all I knew about the car business, and I hated it. I wanted nothing to do with it. The fact that I grew up in the business meant that I wanted to go as far away from that as possible. So I went to Texas A&M and got an engineering degree. I chose engineering because I was really good at solving problems and not very good at writing papers. And so I just decided that was the way to go, and I was going to do something other than the car business. I ended up doing an internship in between my junior and senior year for an insurance company that did a lot of business with car dealerships. Their in for doing business with car dealerships was training. And so I ended up going through, part of my internship was being a fly on the wall, the making copies or whatever with the trainers as they went into a different car dealership every week all summer long. So I spent about 6 weeks of my summer, not the whole internship, but about 6 weeks of it was going in and out of car dealerships. And I can now easily admit that I was full of myself and a know-it-all college kid. I felt like I knew something when I really didn't. But as I went through each one of these dealerships, two things that are important. Number one, these guys were making pretty good money, and I'd never been privy to that. I'd never understood that owning a business or being in the car business you could make that kind of money. Number two, most of these people, almost all of the people that we were going in and working with, I thought they were doing a terrible job of running their business. I knew that the business was super competitive, and all of my dad, my aunts, uncles, all they talked about how tough it was, and how competitive it was. And I'm looking at this as a know-it-all college kid and saying, these guys are doing a terrible job of running their business. This does not look tough to me. I can run circles around these guys because I can run the business better than they can. Therefore, this just looks like a giant opportunity. And that's what made me decide to get into the car business. And I'll say that I got into the car business all based off the idea of the comparison. That, I felt like I could outrun the other hikers. And so, I ended up telling my wife to get a job anywhere USA. She went to work for Dell. I'm already out of time. Not yet. She went to work for Dell Computer in Austin, and I went to work selling cars at a Ford dealership in Austin, and grew from there, and it's been an amazing ride. But it kind of goes back to what I talked about in the beginning of being willing to be independent, being willing to bet on myself, betting on my work ethic and my ability to outrun the other hikers. I would say that for me, in business or in racing, and maybe in life, I have approached life from the standpoint of being a problem solver. To me, that's what life is about. Whether it's business, school, relationships, whatever. I'm always looking at the world as a problem to solve, or a way to build a better mousetrap. I realize now that I've got notes on the back of this I wrote this morning, about the title of it is "Build a Better Mousetrap." Totally different topic. This is the meeting I'm going to have when I get back to the office. But that's just the way that I have viewed the world, and sometimes I'd call it just being a student of the game. The way I grew so much when I first got started was being so heavily involved and being a student of the game, trying to figure out how to build a better mousetrap. And I really feel like when I first got into the industry, I first became a manager in the car business in '96. 5 years later, I got the opportunity to buy a small Ford store in a town of 10,000 people that had gone broke twice in 7 years prior to that. Nobody wanted it, so it was really, really cheap, and I didn't have any money. Long story short, put all that together, and a big reason for our success was that I had always made these kind of notes, all through my career of, what's wrong with the way we're currently doing it. If I was going to do it differently, what would I, if I was going to do it myself, what would I do differently? And I built a model that didn't exist prior to that. It does now everywhere. Now I kind of feel like we're all old school. But back then it was all new and fresh, from the idea of the way we were advertising, the way we were handling our pay plans, handling our approach to the customers. I mean, everything about the way we approached the business was new and different. I feel like we had built a better mousetrap and done a great job of problem solving. being the keynote speaker here, I'm not obligated to give any kind of a plug to Max Connect, but I will because I think it's interesting, to say that I own my own ad agency, and the fact is, I do a ton of business with Max Connect, and the reason I believe for that, and the reason why it's different, and the reason why I've grown so much with them, the reason why I believe Max Connect has grown so much through the years, is that it's a very similar story to the way I grew in Port Lavaca, in that, from my perspective, their approach into the market of advertising, their approach in their pay plans, their approach into the market, their approach to their clients is just different. And it is, I love that idea. I love building a better mousetrap. I love problem solving. In the interest of time, I'll stop there and just say I think that Keating Auto Group and Max Connect are very well aligned just on that idea of being competitors, loving a challenge, and always trying to build a better mousetrap. But I'll stop there and say I'd love to talk about what it is that you would love to hear about. So, yeah, sure. Whew. So there are a lot of them. The first thing that comes to mind for me is that, as I said, I did not have any money, when you buy a car dealership, you have to, come up with a certain amount of equity, operating capital, those kind of things. You have to prove to the manufacturer that it's unencumbered. The fact is, I borrowed $300,000 from my grandfather, I guess I'm comfortable admitting it now, but I took it to Crosby State. I took it to the local bank. I opened a CD with the money on Monday. On Tuesday, I went in and went to the bank and said, hey, I need to close out the CD. I opened the very next day, 24 hours later, and I sent that paperwork to the manufacturer and said, I had that $300,000 in a CD and I closed it out yesterday so that I could do this deal, and there's the proof that I closed out the CD. It's all true. I didn't lie, really. But I was basically 100% leveraged on the first 7 dealerships that I bought. That's not really true. The first 6 dealerships I bought, and we were enjoying great success. And a lot of that was we were selling a lot of cars. The manufacturers owned, they had what they would call a captive finance arm. So because we were so successful at selling cars, they were willing to loan us a lot of money. Well, the significant thing that happened was, 09, 08, 09, 2010, the credit crunch. 5 of my stores were either GM or Chrysler. They both went bankrupt. Their credit arms went bankrupt. And nobody would give a car dealer a loan because it seemed like a really bad bet, a really bad risk. I remember where I was standing in 2010 when I got the call from, Ally, Obama, the car czar, put all that business into Ally Bank as a federally regulated bank to try to save the industry. I just imagine they had a giant pile of folders, and every time they got to mine, they put it right back to the bottom because they didn't know how to make my file fit. But I remember where I was sitting in 2010 when they called me and said, I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do for you. basically saying we're pulling the plug. You're broke, you're done. And I can tell you lots of stories that are similar to this. But I was devastated for about an hour, and I called them back up and said, what if I came up with another $1 million? Again, really shortening the story. It's a great story, but I don't have time for it all. Ended up putting a deal together with them that, their response to me has been, we've been through all of your financials and you don't have another $1 million. And I said, that's beside the point. What if I could come up with it? The answer is that I had to come up with another $3 million. We got really creative, I would say, in the way that happened. But that is probably the darkest and toughest moment I can think of in business. Yeah.
I mean, so you could fit in a thimble what I know about car racing. I think you just filled it up. So my thing when listening to you was trying to discern your appetite for risk. My perception is you're willing to put it all on the line. The fact that you leveraged everything in the beginning. Do you still think that way? Or has your appetite for risk changed over time?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would say yes and no. I would say, so I was unemployed for 6 months prior to buying Port Lavaca Ford, and I didn't have any money. I was unemployed because I was fired by my father, which is a totally different story. All the money I could save went into buying stock in the company. I owned 20% of Tomball Ford. He said, you're fired, and I don't care what you do with your stock, but I'm not going to buy it. And so all the money I could save went into that stock, and so it was an ugly situation. I would say that on several occasions in my life, treatment being one of them, and that time period being one of them, I've been at the bottom. I've been with, I've had nothing. And what I've realized in those moments is that it's all going to be okay. And another way of saying that I've been at the bottom and had nothing is a way of saying I had nothing to lose. So there's no difference between having nothing and having nothing to lose. At that point in time when people ask me about taking risk, I would say, I think of the old Janis Joplin remake of Me and My Bobby McGee. Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. I understand that more than most people because I have been in that situation where I've had nothing left to lose, and that gives you tremendous freedom. And so I was willing to take a lot of risk early on. I had nothing to lose. I had been to the bottom. It's not that bad. I have faith in my work ethic, my ability to figure out how to make ends meet. I'm going to be okay. And so that's why I took all those risks. Now, in business, I've built it up. We've been amazingly successful. Now I have a lot to lose, right? And so and now I have to be a little bit more calculated with those risks in business. But again, I love the structure that we've built, and part of that is a CFO that says, hey, every time I could get any amount of money pieced together, I'd buy another one, which meant 50% more debt and giving away all my equity. And so I had a history of doing that. My CFO eventually said, hey, time out. You need some rainy day money. You need some money that's not tied to the car business, which we've done through the years. But we've developed a cushion. We've developed a more conservative approach than we have had in the past because we've got a lot to lose now. And with regard to racing, we could debate this for a while, but I don't feel like it's that risky. I feel like it's less risky than mountain biking. And what I mean by that is, I've had a lot of wrecks, but everything about the racetrack is designed to handle a wreck. Everything about the car is designed to handle a wreck. Everything about, I've got all the safety gear you could possibly imagine. There is a medical team stationed all the way around the track. I've had some big incidences. I've broken bones. I've had some big ugly wrecks. But it's been a long time since someone has died racing cars. To me, it feels safer than mountain biking. It almost feels safer than driving around Salt Lake City, because everything that we're doing is designed to keep the driver safe, and so it just doesn't feel that risky, even though every decision that you make as you're trying to race at the limit, you're trying to pass other cars, everybody's trying to go to the same spot, everybody's got the same goal. Yes, there's a lot of give and take, there's a lot of risk in each of those little moments, but overall, when I go to a race, it doesn't feel like I'm risking my life, is what I would say. Okay, one more question. Yeah. Great.
My impression is that what GM accomplished with this car is pretty incredible, given its price point, its performance, especially in the class that it sits. Can you add to that? Can you validate that, being your experience with the other cars you've ridden?
Yes. So, I sell 16 different brands of cars. You're supposed to love all your children equally, is what I would say. So I had the Texas Viper owners at my office and my garage on Saturday. Once a year they come and so I've got the car that I won Le Mans and the World Championship in sitting in the lobby of my office. I got it a week ago, and I've got some Corvettes in the garage alongside lots of Vipers, and this is all Viper owners and various different things. But they asked me to talk about the difference between the cars, which is I'll come back to that. To try to answer your question specific to Corvette, I'll say as a road car, you can't help but totally agree with the statement that you made. I mean, it is design-wise. I think anybody would be hard pressed not to agree that it is competitive with any of the, 10 different luxury, sports car brands out there. It's, from a performance standpoint, it's really, really incredible. But what's really incredible to me and to most of the consumers out there is the price point that you talked about. It's half the price of most of those cars. Which makes it an unbelievable value. From a race car perspective, it's a little bit different in that the car I'm racing, looks like that car, but the fact is it's a tube frame completely built from the ground up as a race car, and it's just it's unbelievably ridiculous. On the things they have done to make that car as competitive as it is. It's a fine piece of machinery, is what I would just say. I mean, it's, I could, even having all the Viper owners there on Saturday, I mean, I took off a lot of the body parts, and I talked about all the little things that they did to that car that make it special, because it's very special. A lot of that stuff is, they try to bring it over into the road car. A lot of it is not necessarily, realistic, but a lot of it does transfer. I would say that, on the track, they were asking me about Viper versus Corvette, and I would say if I'm going on a drive on the road, I way prefer the Corvette, because the Viper it beats you to death going down the road. You're shaking your head. My wife hates riding in a Viper with me. She loves to drive the Corvette. The Corvette's just it's an easier animal to tame, I would say. I think that if I'm going in a drag race, I think the Corvette and the Viper are really, really good, but I think going in a straight line or punching it and feeling the rush of that car, is incredible. On the racetrack, I greatly prefer the Viper. Of course, that's irrelevant now. They don't make it anymore. But I'm mostly referring to the C6 or C7. I have not driven a C8 road car on the track, but I should just cut it short and say what they've done with the C8 is pretty incredible. I'm excited to see what they come out with the ZR1 here shortly.
Excellent. We can give Ben just a huge round of applause. Thanks for being here. So awesome.
Great.
So
It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Yeah, we could spend hours with Ben. He just has so many cool stories, and it's just so fun to dive into the mechanics of auto racing. I mean, I remember when we were meeting with him, I just met him at the 24 Hours of Daytona a couple years ago. He was kind of showing us his heart rate monitor and showing like the number of calories you burn during a race is unbelievable. So there's so much that goes into it. So we're so excited that Ben was able to make the drive out, or make the flight up. We also wanted to mention that this car here, so the reason we have this here is because this is the same model that Ben won Le Mans in 2023. Obviously not the same car, not the same engine, but that's what it looks like. And kind of a fun story. So when he won Le Mans in the Corvette last year, I remember, I kind of watched it. I go to some of the races, but didn't make it out to Le Mans. And when I went to bed that night, I saw what place he was in. And I'm like, oh, shoot, we're kind of down. It seems like it's going to be hard to come back. I woke up in the morning on Sunday morning. Obviously, the race is already finished back there. And I turned on the TV and saw, wait, Ben won? I was shocked. So I right there, I'm laying in bed. I'm in my PJs. I rewind and I watched like the last 2 hours of the race. It was just incredible to see. What an amazing thing. Another cool thing is just next door, we're going to eat lunch next door at our sister company over here, Four Horsemen Racing. And we have a lot of cool cars over there. One of them is the Aston Martin Vantage, which is what Ben won in 2022. Again, not the same engine, but it's the same body style. So you'll be able to do a little, kind of tour over there. Also during lunch, Ben is going to do a meet and greet. And so if you have a question you'd like to ask him, please save it for later and meet Ben over here during the lunch hour. Last little kind of fun story is this year my family and I went to 24 Hours of Daytona. It's my third or fourth time. Maybe it's my fourth time. And we were just in the kind of the viewing area, and all the OEMs have their little areas where you can go look at their new cars, the latest and greatest, see some of those things. And right by where we were kind of viewing, there was a Chevy, kind of whatever, little exhibit there, and it was kind of tucked away, so I don't know if many people saw it. Yeah, so you're kind of laughing. So I went down there, and we just took the boys over there, and you're walking in, and they're giving T-shirts or whatever it is, and I turn over, and there is the Corvette, and I kind of took my breath away. I hadn't seen the Corvette that he won Le Mans in. The winning Corvette. No, it was the Corvette, the yellow, all that stuff. And the cool thing is, they don't wash that after it's been raced. And so you look at it and it's got rubber and dirt and everything all over it, and it just adds to the feeling. So I quickly asked one of the workers there if I could come past that little gate and get my picture taken with that car. So we have a lot of fun memories about racing, and just was such a great partner with Ben. So again, thank you, Ben, for being here. Okay, so next, I wanted to give away a couple of giveaways. And Suzanne, if you would just help me, so I don't have enough hands here. If you would just pull it out. Let's see. And we'll have Phil kind of get ready to do it. Okay, so we're going to pull it out. Oh, I did bring you here. I have my glasses in my pocket, but I literally don't have enough hands. So can you read it?
Brian Barker.
Brian Barker. Brian here? Probably.
Sorry, I said it wrong.
Come on up. You're local? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to do a couple more.
Okay, Alice. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Mike Gore. Mike Gore.
Mike Gore. All right, Mike from Axio Automotive. Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Okay, and we'll do one more. Oh, I didn't seal the envelope, I guess.
Spencer Petit. Am I saying that right?
Spencer Pettit? Yeah, come on up, Spencer. Awesome. Great. Okay, we thought this would be just kind of fun to do along the way. So what I'd like to do now, let me do the clicker here. Again, I could just use a couple more hands. Maybe I should have one of those lapel mics. We've asked Phil Case, who's our Chief Client Officer, to give us kind of an economic update. What is the state of the advertising industry right now? What are some economic trends that are out there that are kind of affecting what we're doing in the advertising space? So with that, Phil's going to take about 5 minutes to walk through some cool data. So if you please welcome Phil to the stage.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Ben. I'm going to go rapid fire. Here's some headlines from today. We see that inflation's higher than they thought, that there's going to be no rate cuts in the foreseeable future, and yet the NASDAQ just had its 7th record close of 2024, and that the American country is running out of money. There's a massive debt bomb. Next headline, Walmart's cutting a massive amount of jobs, consolidating offices. And then there's Tesla, who laid off a lot of people, but then decided to rehire them on the Tesla Supercharger team. And so it's interesting to see this vacillation in the economy of both highest levels of success and yet, you know, a lot of concern and worry and vacillation. You see that the U.S. is doing massive tariff hikes to China, trying to get more jobs and manufacturing in the U.S. Some macro events happening right now is we're still in the middle of 2 regional wars that nobody's really talking about, which is interesting. Both Ukraine and Russia, and then Israel and the Middle East. And those have huge implications. We have the 2024 Olympics in Paris coming. If you're spending money online in any capacity, you can expect that in June, July, that those dollars and what you're spending won't go as far because you're competing against multi-billion-dollar brands that are spending massive amounts of money. You can also think about the election, and that $11 billion is expected to be spent on 2 former presidents that we already know a lot about. And that will have a dramatic impact as you look at Q4 and potentially ramping up spend. That dollar may not go as far if you're not agile and careful. So agility is key. A couple of just quick trends to share with you. This is U.S. department stores' share of retail sales. So this goes back to about 1955, and in 2023, they're at just a little over 2% of total retail is department stores. So Macy's continues to close 150 doors. Advertising revenue by platform. So Google is $237 billion. And then Meta next, Facebook at 153, plus Instagram at 50. And what's interesting is that Google is on the top of the heap, but they're scared to death, and the stock is vacillating because Google misses on ad revenue with AI trends. Alphabet hit with double-digit downgrades with AI, and how AI chat search could disrupt online advertising. You may never need to go to Google again with AI. as you're looking for answers, as you're trying to make decisions and do product discovery. So it's interesting what we're seeing. I won't spend too much time on this, but generational preferences of how people are discovering new products. It differs dramatically if you're Gen Z, Millennial, Gen X, and Baby Boomers. Just to highlight here, 39% and 45% of Gen Z and Millennials, they're learning about new products through social media influencers. That is how most of the time they're finding new products and then buying them. And yet, our friends, and I can say this because I'm not one of them yet, Gen Xers and Baby Boomers, television and retail stores, it composes 47 and 74% of how they're learning about new products. A dramatic difference. So a key insight is, you know, TikTok, even though we're still learning how to tame it, Instagram, Snapchat, if you're trying to appeal to that younger audience that has, you know, growing, you know, economic abilities and purse strings, you might need to shift in how you've always done things. So 4 quick takeaways. To be agile as a brand in 2024, generative AI. I saw a headline today that said, AI took my job, ... to the next level. And I thought that was clever. And if all of us are thinking about AI in that way, if we're not using it in our businesses, in our personal lives, we will and probably already are being left behind. Number 2, market dynamics. We have to be very closely watching the news, the stock market, seeing some of these mega trends and shifts, cultural sentiment changing as quickly as it does with social media. If you can be agile and pivot quickly in how and where you're spending not just budget, but your time and your campaign and your messaging for your businesses, that matters a lot. Number 3, data-driven decision making. How much to invest in certain campaigns, when to lean in, when to pull back, it matters a lot. And these micro decisions that you're making, if you have really good data in your businesses and attribution, you'll be able to make the most and a profitable ROI. And lastly, collaborative partnerships. This has been the name of the game for the last several years. Going to market with partners, not just social influencers, but content creators and other brands, and thinking about how do we, you know, together come and conquer a particular market or category. It matters a lot. Last word, in the fast-paced world of advertising, staying ahead means embracing agility. It's not just about predicting trends, because none of us can, but being flexible and being able to adapt to them quickly. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Awesome. Thank you, Phil. We'll do a little set change here really quickly. Okay, so panel number 1, we're super excited to have some business leaders here in our area who can share their experiences with us and share their vast knowledge of these types of things. So I'm going to invite, first of all, Ryan Robler, who is actually one of the Max Connect team. He's a senior vice president here at Max Connect, and he's going to moderate the conversation. So if you'd like to welcome Ryan up. Hey, Ryan. Next, we have Mark Dietlein, who's the CEO of Hell Center Theater. If you'd like to join us, Mark. Give him a round of applause. I don't know if, is Bruno, okay, Bruno's here, awesome. So Bruno Lima, CEO of Pura, is here with us as well. Thanks for being here, Bruno. And then finally, Chris Sutton, who's the CMO of Blended Health. Welcome to the stage. Test.
Oh, hey, okay. It's good to be here. We'll figure out that mic here. Great morning. Thank you for the panelists for being here. It's going to be fun for just the next few minutes to collectively get some of your insights on a few things. It was interesting. I'm just going to throw this out there real quick. I remember things just a little bit differently than Greg does about that whole Le Mans race with Ben. It was fun. I'll just throw it in real quick. I remember sitting at home watching the race, same as Greg said and Kyle said, a little bit behind, thinking, how are they going to win this? I had hope they were going to win, and I stayed up that night watching it, and I could not believe Ben come from behind and win. I couldn't go to bed. I didn't know what to do, so I sat there for a little bit to give Ben a few minutes, send him a congratulatory text, thinking he'll see this in the next couple of days, and he immediately sends me a text back saying thanks. I get into the office a few hours later and go talk to Greg, and I'm like, did you see that race? And with Ben up here talking about his selfie and getting a little emotional with us this morning, that was the first thing that Greg actually said, was how emotional he got seeing that Corvette with the Max Connect logo across the finish line at Le Mans. So Greg got just as emotional, if not as much as Ben did here a few minutes ago. So today, with this panel, what I'm really excited about is this is titled How to Grow a Successful Business from the Ground Up. I'm hoping that we can just start and get to know these gentlemen a little bit better. So if you want to take just a minute or so, explain your business, introduce who you are, and then I think we've got some questions for you as well. So Bruno, you're in the middle. Why don't you start?
All right. So Bruno Lima. I'm actually originally from Brazil, but I moved here to the U.S. When I was a kid. I was 9 years old. So we started the company Pura. It's a IoT home fragrance company. We have those little smart devices controlled from your phone. Essentially a partner marketplace for a lot of fragrance companies. So we work with your traditional Capri Blue, Nest Fragrance, Tommy Bahama, and then some atypical like Disney or Ford Motors or Coca-Cola, kind of different kind of brands as well to create fragrances.
Mark?
Hey, I realize that I'm the old guy in the room, and I have to stand up for just a second. In fact, would it be okay if they have like 10 seconds to stand up, kind of touch your toes? We've been sitting for quite a while, and I know for me and my back, I just need to stand up and just stretch for a minute. Wow. I don't know how this happened. It used to be that when I got in a room, I was the young guy. And all of a sudden, boom, things have changed. Okay, great. I'm happy to be here with you all today. My name is Mark Dietlein. I'm one of the co-founders of Hale Center Theater. We started 40 years ago, or at least we're coming up on 40 years. We started in 1985, and I like to say that we are in the happiness business. And I think Phil gave a great case for why people come to Hale Center Theater as he reviewed with us kind of the doom and gloom of our current macroeconomic status. Just a lot of crazy, weird things happening. And one of the reasons that we find people come to Hale Center Theater is just to have an escape from their normal lives and to just have a chance to be with friends and family. I'll get into more information about it as we move along, but we're just pleased to be able to do something that brings happiness to people, and that's all I'll say right now, because I'm sure I'll have a little more time as we get into this. Thank you.
All right, pleasure to be here. My name's Chris Sutton, and I'm from Indianapolis, and so it actually feels a little bit like home. We have a tiny little race, I think, next weekend called the Indianapolis 500, which I'm 46. I've probably been there 30 times, to be quite honest. I've been a sponsor on the car. It does feel good when your car crosses the finish line. And I would encourage anybody for Memorial Day weekend to go there. There's nothing like it. I've been to Super Bowls. I've been to lots of different sporting events. There's nothing like Indianapolis in the month of May, as Ben can probably contest. So anyhow, very excited to be here. I'm with a company called Blended Health. I've been with Blended Health now for a whole 7 months. And prior to that, I was with a company called Hope Ridge. Hope Ridge was an autism company. Really, I joined when they were about phase 3. So this is how do you grow a company from the ground up. I've actually helped companies grow really like phase 2, phase 3, how to go get more investment, how to go get more money, how to continue to grow. I've had the pleasure of growing a company into over $2 billion. I've also had the pleasure now of growing Hope Ridge from 30 million and 20 locations to the largest autism provider in the United States, 12 states, over 300 million. And I chose to leave again to try and help another company, which is Blended Health, which focuses on mental health. And we're more in the intermediate acuity. There's 3 major companies in the US. They're called more just like talk therapy. We don't do that. That's like you have a bad day, you call the 800 number to go through that. We're more of the intermediate therapy. They've been struggling for several months, taking antidepressants. Maybe there's an addiction issue, and we're there to help get their life back on track. The addiction is about 20% of our business. Everything else, anxieties, depressions, things like that, is 80% of the business. So we're looking to grow it and become the largest intermediate mental health therapy company in the U.S. And I just love growing businesses, so I'm excited to talk about how to do that.
Awesome. Thank you. As you can quickly see, there's a lot of insight and wisdom on this side of the stage. So when we talk about growing a business from the ground up, Mark knows this. I went to lunch with him some time ago. We kind of talked about it. I'm not sure he knows just how much I spend time at the theater. Right? I love it. It's just been a passion of mine for a long time. So Mark will correct me if I've got any of these numbers wrong. I know in 1985 is when you all opened your first theater. It was in South Salt Lake. I remember as a young child attending with your church group. And that was kind of my first step of going there. 220-ish seats in the theater. You blew out a wall, you took it to 300 seats, added some more space later, 350 some odd seats. And the time came to build another new building in 2008 in West Valley. I actually grew up about 2 miles from there, just on the other side of the freeway. So I was, through college, I was working for a place that we shared a parking lot with them. So I was right there, attending the theater as much as I could. And that started at, 550 seats. Again, blow out a wall, grow it to 600 seats. I don't know if these numbers are exact, but hopefully they're close. And then 2017 comes around, and if you've driven down I-15, you've seen this beautiful, huge theater. Now there's 2 stages, holds 919 seats and 500 on the other, 1,500 seats. You've got 600,000 patrons that come every single year, and over 30,000 season ticket holders. So when we talk about growing from the ground up, I think we can see a lot from there. Why don't you take just a second and tell us what it took to grow this? Where were those inflection points? When did you decide we needed to grow? And tell us a little bit about that growth at Health Center.
Well, I'm impressed that you've got those numbers down. That's pretty darn good. Like Ben, I am 3rd generation as far as theater. Generations of those who have been involved in the theater. I have to go back to the point where my grandparents, Ruth and Nathan Hale, started theater, actually living here on the west side of the valley back in 1934. They wrote a lot of shows, a lot of plays, and they put together a production team and a production troupe, and they would go up and down the Wasatch Front performing, and they did that for many, many years. That wasn't enough to pay the bills, so Grandpa worked out at Utah Copper, which is what it was at that time, and Rio Tinto nowadays. And he came back one day from work, and he told his wife, my grandma Hale, he said, "I can't see myself carrying my lunch bucket to work for the next 30 years and then retiring." And she said, "If you could do anything that you wanted, what would it be?" And he said, "Oh, you know the answer to that, Ruth. I want to be a movie star." And at that point, this was during World War II, a lot of the leading men in the movies had been drafted into the services, and they felt that that was their time to go down to Hollywood and make it big. And so they packed up their 4 kids, they moved down to Hollywood in that area, and Grandpa would be in plays and so forth that he would get into, and he would audition during the day to try to get into movies. And he finally had a break to be cast as a supporting actor to a new lead who had just moved into town from New York. His name was Gregory Peck. And a week before the movie started filming, the producer dropped dead of a heart attack. And so that didn't go through, but one of their friends simply said, Ruth and Nathan, you've written all these shows, why don't you just open your own theater? And so they did. And in Glendale, California, in 1947, they started producing shows. And 10 years into it, they were bursting at the seams and needed to build another theater that was larger. They invited their daughter, who was my mother, and husband to come on as partners with them. And so that's what I grew up with from the time I was a little kid. And it was interesting, from the time I was just a small child, whenever there was a show that had a child actor who was needed, if me or my siblings fit that particular age, Grandma would say, "You're it." And so just by virtue of being drafted, voluntold, I was in shows from the time I was a little kid, and then working at the theater. Like Ben, you started at age 11. Well, I was the official janitor of the theater at age 8. I don't know how good I was, but that's what I would do, and I was involved in selling tickets and concessions and running lights and doing stuff like that. So theater became just part of me. And years later, after I had graduated from BYU and had at the time was working for Xerox, we were living in Pocatello, Idaho, and somehow or other that theater bug was still in me. And I told my wife, Sally, hey, let's start a little theater here in Pocatello. And we found a building that we wanted to buy, and we had an earnest money offer ready to go that we would present the next morning. And Grandma and Grandpa, in their mid-70s, had moved back to Utah in their retirement. And they heard about us wanting to do a theater up there. They called us the night before we submitted the offer on that building, and they said, don't do a theater in Pocatello, come down to Salt Lake and do a theater with us. Because at that point they wanted to get started in their mid-70s, believe it or not, back into the theater business here in this area. So we linked arms with them and also one of their other daughters, and again back in 1985 started in South Salt Lake. And we would see some interesting things happen. The Hales had quite a following in Southern California, and it was interesting at that time. A lot of folks from Southern California were moving up to Utah, and as soon as they found out that the Hales had started a new theater, we had a ready-made audience, because people would come, they wanted to see them, who had attended their shows in California. And as you say, as time went on, people kept coming. We needed more and more seats, and so we went from one theater to another theater to another. And that's really how I got involved, was because of the invitation of my grandparents and because of my younger days being involved in theater and having that just be a part of me, something I wanted to do because I had seen the impact of what theater does for people, and I wanted to be a part of that.
Awesome, thank you. Chris, the word or phrase mental health has kind of been a buzzword, and especially in the business community over the last 4 or 5 years. I know there's a great work behind that and things. What trends can you tell us about maybe what's transpired over the last few years and kind of what's in store for mental health?
Sure. Yeah, so about 20% of the entire United States has a mental health condition of some capacity, right? So 1 in 5. Of that, another 25% of that 20% have very acute mental health challenges as well. So a lot of organizations are working, trying to figure out what kind of services can we offer. Most of them are offering that one-to-one therapy, which is basically how it works is you go once a week, 30-minute to 1-hour sessions, and you do that, the average is 9 months to a year. Our philosophy at our organization is how to get help faster, quicker, and get on your path to success. And so for us, it's we get you in and you do more like a 30-day, 25 to 30 days, and you come 3 to 5 days a week for 3 hours at a time. And then we get you better quicker, right? And you're also meeting with psychologists, maybe you need help with med management, things like that, versus just that slower 1 hour session every single week. It's kind of like the gym, the way we like to do it. If you want to go lose weight, I've got a program for you. You're going to go to the gym, and you're going to go once a week, and you're going to go for 9 months, and then get back on the scale and see how you're doing. Probably not a lot of change, right? So how do you get there faster and get help quicker? And that's kind of been our philosophy. But it's a market change. That's not how the country thinks about it. Most people, doctors included, businesses included, are just naturally thinking about that one-to-one therapy. And so there's a lot of solutions for that. There's not as many solutions of what we're trying to provide.
Excellent. Thank you. Bruno, you've I'll use the word pioneered this new category of the internet, all in my terms, smart home fragrances. I read your bio and know a little of just your entrepreneurism and trying to grow some things. One of the things that I thought was interesting was some of the influences you've had, partners, other brands that you've worked with and partnered with. But maybe tell us a little bit about some of these influences and some of the folks you've partnered with some of this innovation and kind of where you're growing.
Fantastic. I thought you were going to stop after internet, so you would have said I pioneered the internet. I was like, I just found out I did.
You can take that too. That's.
But it's so with partners, as I quickly mentioned at first, like our business model when we first started was very much from the beginning, like how do we create co-opetition rather than competition? Because we saw very quickly that we were the small fish when we started out. Today we're the largest tech company in fragrance in general, so it's great. We've grown quite a bit, but at first, any number brand could have probably taken us out with a good marketing campaign, and so we were very worried at first. So when we started, our business model was like, well, how do we create this marketplace to bring in some of these phenomenal brands to come in, collaborate with us, and have them push the marketing to us, so then we can then create the subscription model for this customer. And so we spent quite a bit of time initially bringing in the American brands, and so we have some phenomenal brands. We're actually moving. We just launched, funny enough, talking about car quite a bit today. We just launched into the car space last year. It's been doing really good. We're actually looking into, unfortunately, don't hate me, we're looking to Formula One. It was the marketing side of different things, but it's just because we're moving internationally to some Formula One does very well in some of the international spaces. And so as we've brought in a lot of the great American brands. Right now we're in the process of actually bringing in some really top tier, some of the more the luxury European brands. So we're actually heading out in June to Europe, meeting with both Italy, Switzerland, France, meeting with a lot of the brands out there and some of the main names that you'd find in some of the luxury names. And so that's kind of the next stage of brands and partners that we're collaborating with and working with. It's kind of taking it to that more European, international level, and even bringing them to the U.S. as well.
Very good. Thank you for sharing some of your thoughts there. I'll be honest, I spent a little bit of time just getting some research done to prepare for this, and I saw your guys' bios. I went to your websites. I even checked you out on LinkedIn. Wanted to know a little more about your businesses and things like that. Some of your answers have landed perfect for some of the thoughts I had. So one thing stood out to me when I was just doing a little research on the three of you, and this is going to lead me to maybe my next question. I got online, and for each of you, whether it was your website or LinkedIn profile, I don't know if it's a company motto or personal theme, but there was a line that stood out, the very first thing on each of your guys' pages, and it really resonates with some of your answers here anyway, so this is going to be great. But for Chris, the first thing that came up on your website was breaking barriers and healing minds, solutions for lifelong mental wellness. For Bruno, what I saw was life is better when it smells good. And with Mark, it's, of course, enriching lives through world-class theater. The cool thing to me is I read that. I mean, we're here today for business, right? But these are personal things, and that's awesome. So maybe take 1 second and just talk about the personal, whether it's these themes or whatever, but what this means personally for you all. Mark.
You know, it used to be in my earlier days, having a job was solely for the purpose of making money, getting that check, and being able to pay the bills. And in fact, for the first 5 years or so of operating the theater, I still worked a full-time job. And then for the next, even once I went full-time into the theater, I still, in order to make ends meet for probably another 15 years, had to have something on the side to supplement that income, and in order just to again make sure we were covering all those bills. And so early on, as I think back on it, it was about making money, and at some point later on, my viewpoint about going to work every day changed, and it really boils down to what kind of a difference am I making in the world each day? Is this world going to be any different had Mark Dietlein come into it or not? And really that's what drives me, and so it ties in very well with our mission statement of enriching lives. And there's a whole lot of ways to do that. These gentlemen are doing it in their particular way. We are doing it through entertainment. And so all I can say to all of you, most of you I assume are entrepreneurs, you've got to be passionate and believe in what you do, and you've got to be able to feel like it's truly making a difference for good in the lives of others.
Thank you. So I don't want to geek out on fragrance, but it's something I'm very passionate about. But when we talk about the five senses of the body, you know, taste, touch, sight, smell, feel, the sense of smell is the only one that has a direct connection to the cortex of the brain. And so, which means that it's the only one of your senses that the brain doesn't edit when it experiences it. So for instance, you can smell something and it triggers a memory that you may not know you remember, whether it's an ex or grandma's house or walking down a street on your mission or doing something like that, where your body doesn't do that with everything else. For instance, if you touch a piece of clothing, it doesn't trigger and go, oh my gosh, I remember a piece of clothing, right? You'd go crazy. The brain literally would be overstimulated. And so fragrance actually impacts your memories, your moods, your well-being more than anything else of your other senses. And so even though it impacts the most, it is the sense that we educate and understand the least about, right? You may have taught your children what a cow looks like. Oh, what sound does a cow, you know, what sound does a cow make, and all these different things and colors and different things like that. But I have not seen anyone sit down with their children like, this smells bitter, this smells sweet, here's the scent, here's that, here's how you break down the scent. So sometimes you may experience different things without realizing you're experiencing it through fragrance. And so we've taken that to heart with Pura, and we've very highly focused. There's often this misunderstanding that it's like Pura's trying to create the best scent in the world. And that's really not our mission. Our mission, like, we work with a lot of brands that are trying to do that. They're trying to create the best scent. But the way we see it is there is no one scent that's the best for anyone, right? Like for you, the fragrance for your car will be very different than your bedroom, than your kitchen, than your bathroom, than your cologne. And so to us, it's how do we choose the right scent for you, for the experience you're trying to create? And that experience includes calming down, energizing, getting excited, or, you know, throwing a party, or cooking, or, you know, I just want to rest, right? So there's different emotions, different feelings you're trying to create in the day. And at Pura, we take that very seriously of saying, like, how do we help with this? Like, one of the collaborations that we're in the process with is Spotify, is with a music, you know, so it's like, how do we encompass this side? And so we've been working with them on, like, how do we add that level to the music experience? So you're kind of experiencing something that excites you. How does scent play a role in that? And there's different partnerships, different things like that. But it really is around this aspect of, like, how do we improve and change the experience you're having every single day through scent? Not just, does this smell good? Like, anybody can do that. I mean, but really when you start adding IoT and data and understanding and the feedback loop, that's when we start saying, like, how do we actually change the way you're experiencing things?
Great. For me, it's been really an evolution of what I've liked and learned about myself. What I've learned that I like to do is grow a business that I can be passionate about, that has a personal connection to individuals. And if you kind of look back at my career in LinkedIn, I've always usually have worked for an organization that it was an individual owner, and I could get passionate behind that owner's vision and mission. And today, it's more around a passion for helping others. And so what I've really enjoyed is, you know, life's hard, work's hard, and you can have a really bad day at work at times, but then when you go home, you're like, you know what, I helped a lot of kids with autism today. Or, you know what, I helped a person not commit suicide today. And so to me, indirectly, I'm just the marketing guy, I'm not the clinician by any means, but that feels really good. And so I think for anybody to be successful with whatever they're growing, you have to be passionate about it, clearly, and then you have to surround the people around you that are also passionate as well. Smart is important, but they have to be passionate for what you're also trying to drive towards, in my mind, right? Like, so yeah, you have to get a person who really knows marketing, but for me, it's not about that. There's a lot of people that know how to do marketing, but marketing and maybe have that touch to want to help more people. You asked me about data points. 60% of the United States does not get help for mental health today. So 20%, 1 in 5, and out of the 1 in 5, 60% don't get help. So there's a huge opportunity to go help people, and how can my challenge, and I put pressure on Max Connect to go do it with us as well, is how can we help them faster? How can I get out into the rural communities? How can I get to the next major city quicker to help those people? Because they're not getting the help that they need. So that's what excites me.
Awesome. I wish we had a lot more time to go through more questions, but with time, I just want to say again, thank you for spending some time with us today, sharing your insights, and if everyone could give a round of applause to our panelists today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go, guys. You guys will do better than us.
We made sure that our stage crew was trained by Hale Center staff before to make sure they kind of got in and out as stealthily as possible, so well done. Okay, well, thanks again. We're trying to keep things on time, and we appreciate you keeping those answers succinct, and it was a great panel. Thank you. Next, we're going to have another one of those little vignettes where we're going to invite Devin Deaton, who is one of the founding partners of Max Connect, up to the stage to give just a brief overview of a new attributions platform that Max Connect has been working on for quite some time. So I'm going to turn it over to Devin for a few minutes, and we'll go from there.
All right. How is everybody doing today? All right. I'm excited you guys are all here. Stoked that you're in our office. I love that we put together these summits and have these great people here like Ben Keating and all these awesome business owners to learn from. As I look out here, obviously we have a lot of clients, a lot of potential clients, a lot of employees, and I just want to say thank you. You know, when we started this business, it was all about doing it for the right reasons, right? And I look at you guys, and you guys are the reasons that motivate us to come to work every day. Obviously, we want to make money, and that's great, but really, like you guys talked about, is like changing lives, changing businesses. More than anything, that's what I love to see, love to do. My background for our agency has been all the digital marketing, right? So I'm the guy that likes to build mousetraps. And to build better ones. And that's what I want to talk to you guys about a little bit today, is about Kudos. Kudos is our marketing technology platform, if you don't know what it is. It's a marketing attribution software and a business intelligence tool, more than anything, that we use at our agency to help our clients' marketing improve our clients' marketing. Forever, we've relied on Google Analytics, and I think everyone here is pretty familiar with Google Analytics. But in the essence of building a better mousetrap, we set out to figure out how we could maybe look at attribution differently. Last year at this summit, I introduced a different way to look at attribution than you have in the past. With Google Analytics, we've always looked at things by a traffic source, right? And this is kind of getting in the weeds, but if you ever go and look at your analytics, it's going to look at your sources of traffic. You know, your search, your display, your video, and all that. Those always looked like they're comparing against each other, right? And so you're always trying to see, oh, is my video doing better than search? Is it doing better display? But that's not the right way to look at those different tactics, right? They all work together. So with Kudos, we changed that so that instead of comparing your display and search against each other, you're seeing how your display, search, video, and all your social advertising is working together to drive consumers down the path to purchase. Now I would like to show you a new tool we bought while Phil's pulling that up. I'm going to have a little exercise. So pull out your cool phones you guys have, and go ahead and Google Max Connect Digital for me. And by raise of hand, what's the first thing you guys, most of you see? Obviously, everyone's results are personalized, but for someone who has that pulled up, what's the first thing you see? Our GMB, which is our Google My Business listing, right? Okay, as you scroll down, actually, let's go in there and click on reviews. Okay, so let's see how many reviews we got. You can go and click on that. Okay, 4.8 reviews out of 39. That's great. Okay, we can go read all our reviews from our awesome clients. Okay, now let's go back. All right, let's scroll down. Let's see if we can find anything about our social properties. Our LinkedIn. Why don't you go ahead and click our LinkedIn? These are the things our potential clients are doing for us when they're researching us, right? They're going to see our reviews. They're going to see about us. They're going to see our LinkedIn pages. They want to see what we've done. All right, go back out of that, Phil. Let's see if we've won any awards. Go ahead and search Max Connect Digital Awards. Okay, agencies there, our website's there. We got top workplaces to work for. Why don't you go ahead and click that one? Okay, great. You can go and read that. All right, go back. Okay, the reason why I should do all this is we've just gone through and done 2 different searches on our brand name. We've gone and looked at our Google My Business listing. We've gone and looked at our LinkedIn page. We've gone and looked at awards we've done. Not yet once have we come to our website. So if you're only looking at Google Analytics, it appears that nothing has happened. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't know that people are searching our brand. Now, unless you go look specifically at your Google My Business listing to see what kind of brand searches you get, unless you specifically go look at your Google Search Console, unless you go dive into your LinkedIn, go look at your YouTube channel organically, go look at your Instagram channel organically, go look at your Facebook page, go look at your TikTok, go look at all your digital properties individually, that's the only way you're going to know what's happening. And every one of those things are major parts of your digital footprint. Right? Having people go to your Google business listing is huge. Having people read your reviews, having people search your brand name and see what kind of awards you've won, things about your business are huge. And so at Max Connect Digital with Kudos, we built what we call the total digital footprint. We've gone through and had APIs into every digital property you have, from your website, obviously, your Google My Business, your Google Search Console, your Facebook, your Instagram, your YouTube channel, TikTok, whatever it may be. And we've normalized that data to group it into essentially 2 groups. Your brand visibility, which is the number of people that are searching your brand, and then your brand engagement, which is the number of people that are engaging with your brand. So what's really cool here on this total digital footprint is that one place you can then come and analyze everything that's going on across all your web properties. And where this has huge implications for you is in your marketing. So if you think about it, let's say you got a grand idea to run a huge new video campaign, and we're going to talk about the importance of video a little bit later. We all know how much video is being consumed. You'll go spend 25 grand to get an awesome video produced. You'll go drop 50 grand to get that video out there. You'll go look at your website traffic, and you're going to call us and you're going to say, this campaign sucked. I spent $50,000 and we had like 100 people to the website. And we're going to say, I know, video doesn't drive traffic directly to your website. It just raises your overall digital footprint, right? It raises your awareness about you. It raises other things. So let's see what else is going on. So now we can see that your website traffic might be down, but maybe your YouTube traffic is way up. And typically when we launch a video campaign, that's what we see, is it drives traffic to your website. It drives up your brand searches. It drives up traffic to your social properties, but it might not directly drive traffic to your website. And that's not a bad thing. That's just what that channel does for you. Right? Don't you want to get more traffic to your social properties? Yes. Don't you want to get more traffic to YouTube? Yes. And so now when we launch these campaigns with a holistic approach, all in one place, we can see everything that's going on, and we can track what's happening to your total digital footprint over time, what campaign does the things, how a social campaign impacts your other properties, how it impacts your social properties, and so forth. So that's just one specific cool tool we built, which is in Kudos, which is part of our entire business intelligence software that we have for you guys, all in an effort to build a better mousetrap.
Okay, it's really only Devin that would ever stand up here and do something live, like live searches. So hats off to Devin. That's why we love him. Okay, so we're going to do a couple quick giveaways. Suzanne, if you could help. We got a ton here, so we want to do that. And then we're going to introduce our next panel, which, again, we're excited about. Less of a panel, more of a keynote, I think. And I haven't been reading them off because I'm kind of gauging, are you remote? Are you local? And so I'm kind of handing things out based on that. We don't want you to end up, you know, back in wherever, up in Washington, and not be able to take advantage of it. So, okay, the next is TJ. Is it Fund? Okay, all right, so not TJ. Okay, TJ's local, so. Okay, awesome, thank you. Okay, let's do another one.
Justin Gordon.
Justin Gordon. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, is he out there? Okay. Okay, awesome, thank you. Perfect. Hill Center Theater there. Look forward to that. Okay, is that the second one? Yeah, let's do one more.
Kate Florman. Did I say that right?
Awesome, thank you. Suzanne says with such confidence. Awesome. Are you here local? Yes. Awesome, enjoy that. She got the spa, the hot stone massage. I recently experienced a hot stone massage for my first time ever, and it was great, but beware because those stones are hot. It's not just a metaphor. So, okay, with that, I'd like to introduce a couple that has been together for a long, long time. And usually when they're together, there's lots of jokes. Mike was a little worried. He's going, I'm not sure it's going to be that funny because we're trying to, like, you know, dig into business. But so first of all, Mike Anderson is the vice president here at Max Connect. He's going to share the stage with Travis Johnson, who's the owner, founder, CEO of Axio Automotive. And Travis has been one of our longtime partners, like literally been with us from the beginning, and we've appreciated that partnership. And I would say that, what is it, who has Mr. Wonderful? What's that show? Shark Tank. Shark Tank has Mr. Wonderful, but we have Mr. Generous, Travis Johnson. So with that, I'd like to invite Mike and Travis up to the stage.
Thank you. I'm glad to be sitting. Today was leg day. My legs are back there shaking. I'm sure y'all want lunch.
Okay, let me just set the record straight. I'm Mike, this is Travis. We get confused a lot, but this is Travis Johnson. I want to introduce him a little bit, right? So I've known you for, 15 years, I think. Travis Johnson, when I first met him, I want you to listen to these numbers, right? That's 2,648, that number, versus 1. Okay, and so when I first met him, I was working for Larry H. Miller ad agency. I walk into his dealership, and he's there at Larry H. Miller used car supermarket. So he took used car supermarkets from one small, one decent size dealership up to 6. It was pretty incredible. So I'm sitting there talking to him, and I remember the very first day, and the very first thing he said to me was, well, you look good. You know, and so little did I know, remember those numbers, little did I know that was going to be the ratio of fat jokes to compliments. And so it was one compliment in 15 years, 2,648 fat jokes.
Yes. And they've worked really well, and thank you for so much material.
Let me update that.
And the beauty behind this is I was, flying here. We were in Nashville late last night and stuff. I'm reading the notes and everything, and I'm looking at these notes. I'm like, did Mike's son write these questions? I mean, I'm just going to ad lib. No, it's a great partnership and a great friendship. And I'm gonna pivot here for 2 seconds. And one, I have a new goal. It's to be called a keynote speaker, right? I want to be the keynote speaker, right? And two, I would like to plug Max Connect as Ben did as well. But and I get emotional. I'm super easily. I'm an emotional guy. Us car guys pretty much all are. Kyle lived next door to me, and he started this company. He and their team and upstairs in his little office. And he'd gone through a bike accident as well, broke his neck and all kinds of stuff. Man, I thought the guy was going to die, but every night we'd walk together around the neighborhood. And I would just listen to how brilliant this guy is. And then I just noticed he's just different. He is constantly doing something, constantly active, constantly moving, constantly thinking, constantly appreciating other people. And it was pretty easy to decide who you're going to go into business with, because I consider everything a partnership. Everything that I do on a daily basis is with people. And all of those are partnerships, however you look at it. So I want to surround myself with people that are 10 times better than I'll ever be and far more brilliant, which all of you are. I'm probably, arguably, easily the dumbest guy in the room. But and so this company has taken the used car supermarkets through the ceiling, and Mike Anderson has just, I wrote you a note last week after we had done some radio. We've been doing radio for so long, we can get in and out in 10 minutes, and he says one word and I'll throw off it, and we'll go and we'll have like 15 or 20 ads, and we hit numbers constantly, and it's all due to what he's brilliant at. And I think as an entrepreneur, you have to look at each individual and companies and everybody else. It's on a daily basis. We're getting hit by a million people, right? But you've got to look at what their qualities are, what their capability is, where they're fantastic, and I have to accentuate that. I have to utilize all of that, because that's what I don't have, right? And so I think being intelligent enough to recognize those individuals for their great qualities, and to be a part of accentuating those qualities in people is what lifts us all up. And we can just, there is no limit to what you can accomplish, in my opinion, if you rely on others. So.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. And you guys know, as business owners, as leaders, managers, you just know it's a huge difference when you work with someone that cares about, first of all, their business, but really cares about the people that work for them, and you can tell. And you can tell it's genuine, right? And this is Travis, and so I would even we're only up here for 15 or 20 minutes, but I would talk to him after and just get information from him, ask him. It's one thing I know him for is he is an open book, and he'll tell you the secrets of the car business, everything that he's learned. And so hopefully we can get a few of those out now. What amazes me is he gave up a job making a ton of money running all these used car supermarkets, and he jumped into owning his own dealerships. And so it was Southtown Mitsubishi.
I got fired.
Whatever. Southtown Mitsubishi.
My attorney
Is there
said you
someone
gotta
from
get fired.
Larry H. Miller here or something, or what? So it was by design, I think, is probably a good way to look at it, right? So he goes from there to Axio Automotive, and Axio Automotive, in 8 months you've grown to 8
it started with
locations.
Mitsubishi, and the company I was working for, Larry H. Miller, and I was very forthright in everything we do. You don't hold any secrets. That just doesn't make any sense. So Ephraim and I picked up a Mitsubishi dealership and had an opportunity to buy that. Obviously, no one wanted it, so it was a pretty easy purchase for us, and they were selling 42 cars a month. And anyways, we did 144 out of it last month, so I'd say we've and that's been the catalyst, which has opened 1 million doors for Axio Auto. But we've had that for about 2 years, and I told the Miller Group all about it and everything, and I thought, okay, here they're going to let me go. It's conflict of interest, I would think. And they said, no, you just don't say anything about it and keep doing what you do. So did that for about 1 year and 3 months until we finally made the transition. I finally got canned.
Well, yeah. So Phil showed all these statistics of, kind of doomsday a little bit, right, and what's happening out there in the market and the economy. So how do you grow so quickly? That's the one compliment I hear more than anything else is it's pretty incredible to go to 8 locations in 6 or 8 months. And so what strategies go behind that?
Well, this is a people business, and so strategy looks a million different ways, right? I have a lot of people that just ask me these questions all the time. How'd you get there? What'd you do? All this stuff, and it's interesting because they just want to talk to you and tell you what they're doing and how you're doing it wrong and all this stuff, and so I just sit and listen to them. But it's all about the people for me. We had a pretty easy transition, knowing I've had all of these people that I've worked with for 20 years, 15 to 20 years, and then 2 of them right here, Ephraim and Mike Gore, are far better than I'll ever be. And when you can bring 150 or 200 people together in a pretty short period of time. My job is to facilitate an opportunity for them, right? And provide the resources, and it's their job to take advantage of it. And we hold each other accountable to the goals that we've set. And everybody, Max Connect knows all of my goals. You guys know every detail about us and what we're trying to accomplish and where we're going to go. And I hold you guys accountable as well for those, and you hold me accountable. And so that's what we do as a team. And we've been together forever. We know every single detail about each other, and so it's pretty easy. And I always tell them, I said, look, Ephraim and I, we were making a couple $100,000 a month at the Mitsubishi store, and that's neat and all, right? It's not a money deal. And we could have just kind of sailed off right there and enjoyed ourselves for a while, but you have all these people that are losing their jobs. Asbury has decided to make a different chain, a move, and I wouldn't say that it's bad. They're not a bad company or anything like that. They're fantastic at what they do, but we are a little bit different, and so all of these people were out there looking for jobs and opportunity, and so we decided to take a calculated risk. It's and everybody says the same thing that Ben Gasway gets asked is, do you care about risking it all and stuff? I'm like, I grew up with absolutely nothing. I haven't had a cent from a family member since I was 11 and a half years old. I lived in my car when I moved here. So it's when you're at that level and you trust yourself. I've never been without money. I've always figured it out, and so I don't really care. It's about the people, and we can go as far as they want to go, and I'll put it all in all the time. It's obviously calculated, right? I'm not gonna now. When you look at a bigger risk, it is a bigger risk because I look at it as I don't want to hurt anybody's families, and so I want to be far more calculated with it and who we partner with and who we do business with and stuff. But and then as far as, I guess I really am not answering your question, but staying relevant in the market, it goes. You utilize the talents that people have, and you're extremely talented, right? And in what
Say
you
that
do.
again. What was that?
If you measure it by like a scale.
It's hard to rip on a guy that's a pretty boy, and owns 8 dealerships. What am I going to do? Make fun of him for all the money he has? Sucks,
And I have an incredible wife, too. So.
That's right.
Anyway, so staying relevant is just, I like to be really aggressive. I like to do things a little bit different than what other people do. I love seeing fear. I love it when people are scared. I don't care about the economy stuff. It doesn't bother me at all because I think we're in a humongous, I'm protected by all of you. I'm protected by everybody in the country. This is just, all it is just a big pool of building blocks, and they all just work. And, you look at the recessions, if you Google them and you go all the way back to the very beginning, what a recession is and how it works. And, it's just a time period. And to me, the value is time. Like, what do you do with your time? And so you look at all these people that want to go and start businesses and change things, and they're always wanting to get out of what they've just spent the last 20 years perfecting. And so I would value the time. I may not be making, so let's say I was making, $10,000 a month or whatever some of those times. Well, I was making $1 million a year because of the value of education and learning. And why would I try to do anything other than what we know how to do, and we have the playbook to it. So I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel either. And so, the recessions last for, 3-4 months, 6 months at the longest. We'll bounce right through that. You just make sure you save up your dough, take care of your people, and grow, right? So staying relevant is pretty easy.
Awesome. Thank you. We have time for one more question. I don't know if we have time. I'm not looking over at Suzanne, just in case. Oh, we do. Oh, good. Okay. You see the glare you're getting.
Enough to do one
Okay.
crunch. I'm telling you, we sit in a car driving down to go do radio, and it's just a rip session the whole entire way.
One-sided.
I'm always winning, of course.
One-sided. I just tell them, hey, you keep paying me, you rip on me all you want.
That's right. And it just seems to get more and more and more rips then, because I'm paying you a lot more.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool. So what would you tell a let's just say there was kind of a scary thought, but let's just say there's a younger Travis Johnson out there in the audience. And what would you tell a younger Travis about now you're knowing all you know now, and you're, let's just say you're 25 years old, what would you tell him?
That is just a great question. I'm turning 50 this year, so time is a big deal on my mind, and my son just turned 17, and everybody's so concerned with everybody else. Everybody's so concerned with what winning is. You know, I really don't know what a win is. We can win races, we can win things. I've played a lot of sports. My 17-year-old son, you know, he's had a couple walk-offs in this last week, and you know, he's a very talented baseball player. He started varsity as a freshman and stuff, and I was watching him at a couple of his games. They beat Jordan, haven't beat Jordan forever, and everybody's cheering on the field, and he's sitting on the side. And I'm like, dude, why don't you get up and cheer with everybody and stuff like that? And he goes, Dad, it's just a win. Like, we haven't even done anything. And I thought that was really cool. So I started, I learned from him. You learn from everybody you come into contact with. And so, Cal, the younger Travis, I would say, don't waste time. Understand the value of time. Appreciate it. Do more with it. Educate yourself. The one thing that I did lack, I was just playing. Like, I just wanted to play ball and have fun and party and goof off with friends in school and stuff. And I've been on my own since I was really young. So there really wasn't, I would just, the value of education and knowledge and certain academics I missed out on. And I would love to, I'd say go get as much education as you possibly can. And then I would say value the time and copy. Be an incredible copier. Just, I look at everybody sitting here and I listen to everything you say, and I'll steal tons of stuff from you. I really will. And as people are telling me, they'll ask me about my business, and it turns into their whole story. I'm just literally just soaking it all in. I've always been the underdog, and I love that. And I would say always be the underdog, and just be a sponge, and then go as hard as you possibly can. Don't rest. Outwork everybody to death. Wear that as a badge, and just look in their eyes and just know you're beating them, because you're just willing to do everything they won't do. And it's interesting. My brother. Sorry, I have a few more seconds. My brother, right? You think that it would run in the family and stuff and whatnot, but my brother says to me the other day, he works for us at one of our stores. I knew it wasn't going to last long, and he says, Trav, this just isn't for me. I don't want to do the car business. And I'm like, I can say verbatim exactly what he's going to say, but I'll let him go through it. And it's the people that are in it, it's the clientele, it's all these different things. And he says, I'm going to go start my own business. Awesome. What's your plan? What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to hire someone. Okay? What are you going to hire them to do? Well, they're going to go wash the windows, and I'm just going to go sell, I'm going to go door to door. And my brother's, he'll be the first one to tell you, he's a 140 IQ, super smart guy, really, really neat person. I'm not trying to put him down. But I think it's interesting how his first thought was, I'm going to hire someone to do the job. Then I'm going to take the easy route, and then all he started talking to me about was his time and how golf's important, all these other things are important, and what he's going to have with this time. You kind of see what direction that's going to go, and you see some failure that could potentially happen out of that pretty dang easily, and there's not a lot of forethought there. And so I would just tell the Travis, work your ass off. Work as hard as you possibly can. Steal as much information as you can, learn, and then trust yourself a little bit more. Have more faith in and more confidence in yourself.
Awesome, thank you. But I think this affects everybody. It seems to be a revolving door right now with employees hiring and quitting, firing, whatever. What advice would you give? Because I know that people love to work for you in the past. There's some that don't, me included. But how do you keep employees? How do you keep them happy? What do you do? How do you keep them from leaving?
You can follow the trends, and you can try to change who you are, I guess, and do what they what you think that the world's telling you that you have to be to acquire these employees and hang on to them. I'm always going to buck the system. That's just my mindset. I think a lot of love is really important. I think listening to them is really important. Everybody's got something valid to say. I feel like I'm a psychologist all day long, but I care about what they're saying, and I want to help them get through this life, because this life was, it's been a lot of fun, but it's also extremely difficult, and I don't want people to have to go through a lot of stuff that I've had to go through or do, I think you've got to provide an opportunity. I mean, it's people really do want to be held accountable. They do want rules. They do want structure, even though society and everything is telling you completely different. I totally disagree. If I can sit in front of an individual and I can make out a plan for them on a daily basis, and I can show you how to make $700 a day, I can tell you exactly where you're going to be at the end of the month. I know exactly what you're going to do if you're willing to do it. The only difference is, are you willing to do it? Those are the two differences that I notice. And when you are able to help someone provide for their families and grow and take advantage of the opportunities, and then there's the 3-month hurdle, there's just so many along the way that you have to deal with. But I think it's just investing in them and their time and giving them a path to do it and holding them accountable. I mean, I would rather, wouldn't you rather be yelled at and get it over with now and they've learned that lesson instantly than to, have you be nice to me for the next 6 months and give me some BS about it? Like, it's not real. Let's get at it right now. Like let's get this over with right now. Let's go hard. And I think people really do appreciate that down deep, because they know inside you really are putting all that effort into them. And that's typically how we retain them. And all of my guys are identical to that, and they're just fantastic people. Incredible characters, incredible families, just wonderful people, and they all grew up the same way we did.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, we're just about done. Will you sing the Axio Auto jingle, please?
Yes, I will. AxioAuto.com.
Awesome. Big round of applause, please, for Travis. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thanks, I appreciate it. So literally, when I'm in a conversation with the two of them, I don't say anything. I just sit there and listen. As you can tell, it's a lot of fun. Thanks for that. I thought that was very valuable, and we'll call that a keynote. But we'll let you go first next time. Okay, so now it's lunchtime. But before we did lunch, Suzanne, can you help me just do 3 more? We just had so many things to give away today, and I know some people may be taking off. But after lunch, we have one more panel discussion, and then after that, we have a couple of breakout sessions, a couple of tracks. So we'd invite you during lunch to look at the boards to see what topic might be relevant with what you're dealing with or what you're thinking about these days in your business, and then invite you to join those panel discussions. Okay, Suzanne's going to grab a couple more for me. And while she's doing that, we also wanted to mention that one of our other partners, Lux Catering, has provided the food today. So we're opening up this door here. Feel free to go next door and grab some food, look at the cars. We hope you'll take an opportunity to network with each other as well and meet some new people. Ben's going to be over there as well on the meet and greet, and reach out to any of our panelists to see if you have any questions. So with that, we have
Jen Ante? Jen?
Is it Jen? How do you, yeah, we're slaughtering names. Sorry, I'll put my glasses on. What's your last name, Jen? Purdy. Are you local? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Okay, here we go. Greg David. Great name. Greg, are you still here? No, Greg?
Jen? Oh gosh, I can't read that handwriting.
Andy Yorkin? Oh, yeah. Are you local? Okay. Awesome. All right, with that, we'll put a pause. We're going to get back together around, 12:45 or so. So take some time and rest and relax and get something to eat. So thank you. Yeah, I already said lunch is through these doors.
Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. comes the sun, I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun, doo-doo. Here comes the sun, I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. 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 Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Here comes the sun, doo-doo. Here comes the sun. It's alright. It's alright.
Family, singing in the kitchen. Family, running through the yard. Family, going on vacation. Family, on a credit card. Family, all in this together. Family, we're taking a chance. Family, like birds of a feather. Family, kick off your shoes and dance. On the way to the city, laughing in the rain. It ain't always pretty, can drive you insane. Got the keys to the kingdom, take it out like car. All four seasons, well bless your heart. You don't choose 'em, you can't lose 'em. We all have a song to sing. Some crazy, some are amazing. I all got a little bit of everything. Sons and daughters, like a photograph. Baptized in the water, put me on the map. All in this together, we're taking a chance. Like birds of a feather, kick off your shoes and dance. Your shoes and kick off your shoes and dance. that city. There's reggae music playing on.
We spread our arms out and lift them high, run like an airplane in the sky. We got worries, but we ain't got time to worry life away. We call our friends up and tell them too. They never know why they're feeling blue. Troubles they get a hold on you when you worry life away. Let's run a little bit faster, hair blowing in the wind. There's freedom here all around us, we gotta breathe it in. So just smile and keep your head up, smile and keep your head up, smile and keep your head up high. Don't worry life away. And giving up isn't easy out, then you got nothing to pray about. Maybe sailing smooth, but you're sinking down when you worry life away. Grab a hold of your burdens, why don't you throw them up to the sky? Surrender them to your maker and kiss your worries goodbye. Let's run a little bit faster, hair blowing in the wind. There's freedom here all around us, we gotta breathe it in. So just smile and keep your head up, smile and keep your head up, smile and keep your head up high. Don't worry life away. Smile and keep your head up, 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 smile and keep your head up. 10 years from today, we will say how we remember when we'd pack our bags and we climb to the top just to watch the sunrise. We catch our breath with every heavy step. All the stories we would tell, all the memories I've kept, and we listen to Ben Howard and watch the sunrise. Whoa. But always have those moments in the mountains. Oh, all the wonders that I saw, all the stories that were told when I travel so damn far and I find myself lost. These moments in the mountains, they will call me home. Oh, home. Oh, home. Oh, home. We talk all about all our dreams and doubts, and we reminisce on all the fear we pushed out. We got older and bolder, decided to just move on. Oh, I'm gone. But I always have those moments in the mountains. Oh, all the wonders that I saw, all the stories that were told when I travel so damn far and I find myself lost. Moments in the mountains, they will call me home. Oh, home. Oh, home. Oh, home. Oh, home. We work so hard to get so far, learn who we are, and our hearts remain at home. Home. Oh, home. the stories that were told when I traveled so damn far and I find myself lost. Moments in the mountains, they will call me home. But we'll always have those moments in the mountains. Oh, all the wonders that we saw, all the stories that we told when we traveled so damn far and we find ourselves lost. Moments in the mountains, they will call us home. Oh, home. Oh, home. Oh, home.
This one goes out to you and yours. Worldwide. I say, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back from around the way. Seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I've been a lot of places all around the way. I've seen a lot of joy and I've seen a lot of pain, but I don't want to write a love song for the world. I just want to write a song about a boy and a girl. Junkies on the corner always calling my name, and the kids on the corner playing ghetto games. When I saw you getting down, girl, I hope it was you. And when I look into your eyes, I knew it was true. I said, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back from around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Now I'm not a highly metaphysical man, but I know when the stars are aligned, you can bump into a person in the middle of the road, look into their eyes and you suddenly know. Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you, dancing in the night out in the middle of June. My mama told me don't lose you, cause the best luck I had was you. I said, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back from around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. And I said, rocking in the dance hall, moving with you. I said, hey mama, close to you. Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you. I said, hey mama, close to you. I said, hey mama, 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 hey mama. Well, my mama told me don't lose you, cause the best luck I had was you. And I know one thing, that I love you. I say, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back from around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. I say, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back from around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you. Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you.
When all the tears are rolling down your face, and it feels like yours was the only heart to break. When you I promise promise that you'll never find another like me. I know that I'm a handful, baby. I know I never think before I jump, and you're the kind of guy the ladies want. And there's a lot of cool chicks out there. I know that I went psycho on the phone. I never leave well enough alone, and trouble's gonna follow where I go. And there's a lot of cool chicks out there, but one of these things is not like the others. Like a rainbow with all of the colors. Baby doll, when it comes to a lover, I promise that you'll never find another like me. I'm the only one of me. Baby, that's the fun of me. You're the only one of you. Baby, that's the fun of you. And I promise that nobody's gonna love you like me.
I know I tend to make it about me. I know you never get just what you see, but I will never bore you, baby. And there's a lot of lame guys out there.
And when we had that fight out in the rain, you ran after me and called my name.
I never wanna see you walk away. And there's a lot of lame guys out there. 'Cause one of these things is not like the others. Living in winter, I am your summer. Baby doll, when it comes to a lover, I promise that you'll never find another like me. I'm the only one of me. Let me keep you company. You're the only one of you. Baby, that's the fun of you.
And I promise that nobody's gonna love you like me.
Girl, there ain't no I in T,
But you know there is a me.
strike the band of 1, 2, 3.
I promise that you'll never find another like me.
Girl, there ain't no I in T,
But you know there is a me.
you can't spell awesome without me.
I promise that you'll never find another like me.
I'm the only one of me. Baby, that's the fun of me. You're the only one of you. Baby, that's the fun of you.
And I promise that nobody's gonna love you like me.
Girl, there ain't no I in T,
But you know there is a me.
I'm the only one of me. Baby, that's the fun of me. Strike the band of 1, 2, 3.
You can't spell awesome without me.
You're the only one of you. Baby, that's the fun of you.
And I promise that nobody's gonna love you like me.
Would you believe me now if I told you I got caught up in a wave? Almost gave it away. Would you hear me out if I told you I was terrified for days? Thought I was gonna break. Oh, I couldn't stop it, tried to slow it all down. Crying in the bathroom, had to figure it out. With everyone around me saying, you must be so happy now. Oh, if you keep reaching out, then I'll keep coming back. If you're gone for good, then I'm okay with that. If you leave the light on, then I'll leave the light on. I am finding out there's just no other way, and I'm still dancing at the end of the day. If you leave the light on, then I'll leave the light on. And do you believe me now that I always had the best intentions, babe? Always wanted to stay. Can you feel me now that I'm vulnerable in oh so many ways? Oh, and I'll never change. Oh, I couldn't stop it, tried to figure it out, but everything kept moving and the noise got
me on the corner. Swear you hit me like a vision. I wasn't expecting. But who am I to tell fate where it's supposed to go with it? Don't you blink, you might miss it. See, we got a right to just love it or leave it. You find it and keep it, 'cause it ain't every day you get the chance to say, oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. I've never seen it, but I found this love, I'm gonna feed it. You better believe I'm gonna treat it better than anything I've ever had, 'cause you're so damn beautiful. Read it, it's signed and delivered, let's seal it. Boy, we go together like peanuts and paydays, Molly and reggae, and everybody needs to get a chance to say, oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. Everything is like a whiteout, 'cause we should shine down, even when the lights out. But I can see you glow. Got my head up in the rafters, got me happy ever after. Never felt this way before, ain't felt this way before. Swear you hit me like a vision. I wasn't expecting. But who am I to tell fate where it's supposed to go? Oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. Oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. Brighter than the sun. Brighter than the sun. Brighter than the sun. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun.
I'm not surprised, not everything lasts. I've broken my heart so many times I stopped keeping track. Talk myself in, I talk myself out. I get all worked up, then I let myself down. I tried so very hard not to lose it. I came up with a million excuses. I thought of every possibility. And I know someday that it'll all turn out. You'll make me work so we can work to work it out. And I promise you, kid, that I'll give so much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. I might have to wait, I'll never give up. I guess it's half timing and
and the other half's luck. Wherever you are, whenever it's right, you'll come out of nowhere and into my life. And I know that we can be so amazing. And baby, your love is gonna change me. And now I can see every possibility. And somehow I know that it'll all turn out. And you'll make me work so we can work to work it out. And I promise you, kid, I'll get so much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. They say all's fair in love and war, but I won't need to fight it. We'll get it right, we'll be united. And I know that we can be so amazing. And being in your life is gonna change me. And now I can see every single possibility. And someday I know it'll all turn out. And I'll work to work it out. Promise you, kid, I'll give more than I get, than I get, than I get, than I get. Oh, you know it'll all turn out. And you'll make me work so we can work to work it out. And I promise you, kid, to give so much more than I get. Yeah, I just haven't met you yet. I just haven't met you yet. Oh, promise you can to give so much more than I get. I said love, 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 love. I just haven't met you yet. Someday, yeah, I just haven't met you yet.
One, two, three,
I wake up in the morning at 6 o'clock. They say there may be rain, but the sun is hot. I wish I had some time just to kill today. And I wish I had a dime for every bill I got to pay. Some days you lose, you win, and the water's as high as the time to win. So I jump back in where I learned to swim. Try to keep my head above it the best I can. That's why here I am, just waiting for the storm to pass me by. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down. I saw my friend Bobby, he said, what's up, man? You got a little work or 20 to lend. I opened up my hand, he said, I'm glad to see they could take away my job, but not my friends, you see. And here I am, just waiting for this storm to pass me by. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down.
I wanna go where the summer never ends. With my guitar on the beach there with all my friends. The sun's so hot and the waves in motion. And everything smells like suntan lotion. The ocean
the sun goes, that's the sound of sunshine coming down. That's the sound of sunshine coming down. When the sun goes down, when the sun goes down. Woke up in London yesterday, found myself in the city near Piccadilly. Don't really know how I got here. I got some pictures on my phone, new names and numbers that I don't know. Address to places like Abbey Road, take turns tonight, night turns to whatever we want. We're young enough to say, oh, this has gotta be a good life. This has gotta be a good life. This could really be a good life, good life. I say, oh, this feeling that you can't fight. The city is on fire tonight. This could really be a good life, a good, good life. To my friends in New York, I say hello. My friends in LA, they don't know where I've been for the past few years or so. Paris to China to Colorado. Sometimes there's airplanes I can't jump out. Sometimes there's bullshit that don't work. Now we got our stories, but please tell me what there's to complain about. When you're happy like a fool, you let it take you over. When everything is out, you gotta take it in. This has gotta be a good life. This has gotta be a good life. This could really be a good life, good life. I say, oh, this feeling that you can't fight. The city is on fire tonight. This could really be a good life, a good, good life. Hopelessly, I feel like there might be something that I miss. Hopelessly, I feel like the window closes so quick. Hopelessly, I'm taking a mental picture of you now. 'Cause hopelessly, the hopeless we have so much to feel good about. Oh, this has gotta be a good life. This has gotta be a good life. This could really be a good life, good life. I say, oh, this feeling that you can't fight. The city is on fire tonight. This could really be a good life, a good, good life. Oh, yeah. Good, good life. Good life. To my friends in New York, I say hello. My friends in LA, they don't know where I've been for the past few years or so. Paris to China to Colorado. Sometimes there's airplanes I can't jump out. Sometimes it's bullshit that don't work. Now we have got our stories, but please tell me what there's to complain about.
reach out my hand. Hombre, say yo, hombre, tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody on. Well, pick me up with golden hand. Hombre, say yo, hombre, tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody on. Well, I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will cry. I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will cry. Send me in my way, send me in my way, send me in my way, send me on my way, send me in my way, send me in my way. Send me on my way. I would like to reach out my hand. Hombre, say, hombre, tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody on. Well, pick me up with golden hair. Hombre, say, hombre, tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody on. Well, I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will crawl. I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will crawl. Send me in my way, send me in my way, send me in my way, send me on my way, send me in my way, send me in my way, send me on my way. I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will crawl. I would like to hold my little hand. How we will run, how we will crawl. Send me on my way, send me on my way, send me on my way, on my way. Send me on my way, send me on my way. I would like to reach out my hand. Hombre, say, hombre, tell you to run. On the way, nobody say, nobody on.
Here's a little song I wrote. You might
might want to sing it note for note. Don't worry, be happy. In every life we have some trouble, but when you worry you make it double. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Ain't got no place to lay your head. Somebody came and took your bed. Don't worry, be happy. The landlord say your rent is late. He may have to litigate. Don't worry, be happy. Look at me, I'm happy. Don't worry, be happy. I give you my phone number. When you worry, call me. I make you happy. Don't worry, be happy. Ain't got no cash, ain't got no style, ain't got no gal to make you smile. But don't worry, be happy. Cause when you worry your face will frown, and that will bring everybody down. So don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Now there is this song I wrote. I hope you learned it note for note like good little children. Don't worry, be happy. Listen to what I say. In your life, expect some trouble. But when you worry, you make it double. But don't worry, be happy. Be happy now. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you may please go and find a seat. We will be starting with the next portion of our event here shortly in just a few minutes. We will be starting in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Golden dreams, standing there like a Tennessee queen, singing, don't look at me, don't look at me, singing, oh, oh, won't you help me sing this song, singing E, 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 she don't ever wanna go to sleep, singing, hey mama, don't wanna drop just to kiss me before I leave, hey lady, don't say maybe, you're the one that I can believe, hey lover, don't want no other thing before my dream. Hey mama, hey, hey mama, hey mama, hey, hey mama, hey mama, hey, hey mama, hey mama, hey, hey mama. Oh, 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 oh. I can see it in the Cherokee eyes, those baby browns in the golden thighs. What you doing for the rest of your life? 'Cause you don't wanna go, singing, oh, oh, won't you help me sing this song? Singing, E, 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 baby in a Morgan, yo. Suntan in the porcelain, singing, hey mama, don't want no drama, just a kiss before I leave. Hey lady, don't say maybe, the one that I can believe. Hey lover, don't want no other thing before my ring. Hey mama, 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 oh, 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 oh.
I don't need to do anything. And then you're up next and all your stuff's in there.
Every little thing gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry
Let's that way we don't get off track.
about a thing.
I think we're good.
Every little thing gonna be alright.
All right, we're going to get started. If you want to take a seat. Awesome, thank you. So, Suzanne, we actually did want to give 3 more things away. I know we knew that numbers are kind of thin as we got to the afternoon a little bit. So if your name isn't called, I mean, if someone's not here, then we'll call another name. So maybe bring a lot up, Suzanne. Okay, well, we hope you enjoyed lunch, and we hope you had a chance to meet some people and kind of network. We have a really good mix of people here today from different industries, and so I'm hoping you're making some good connections that will help you in your business. And I think the morning content was excellent. Everything we could have hoped for. Okay, so.
John Murray.
John Murray. Is John here? No John? Matt. Is that you? Yeah, Matt Bluher. Awesome. Okay, let's see. Do that one. McGee & Co. Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Matt's on our panel here, so he came in and won right away. That was impressive. Well done, Matt. Okay.
Amy, that's your wife.
Oh, yeah. Next one. Mike Thurston. So Mike's not here, but he is here. So I'm going to put this aside for him, and we'll do one more. Jared Taggart. Jared's here. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Thank you. Yeah, seriously, we wish. Okay, so again, we just wanted to have an opportunity to shout out some of our partners and give away some gift certificates. So that was, we appreciated them participating in that as well. So next, we are going to have our next panel discussion. After we have this panel discussion, I'm going to give you a 4 to 5 minute little presentation on why upper funnel matters, and then we're going to do our breakout session. So we appreciate you all sticking around, and we're excited about the panel that we have coming up next. And so with that, I would like to introduce, first of all, we have Phil Case, who is our Chief Client Officer you heard from earlier. Phil is going to be the moderator for this discussion, so thanks, Phil, for doing that. And we'd like to welcome Matt Bluher from Sitka Gear, one of our newest partners, awesome, amazing brand in the hunting and outdoor space. Super excited to have them. Dave Fields, the president of Snowbird. Anyone heard of Snowbird? We're super excited to have Dave here, so come on up, Dave. And then finally, David Blaine, who's the VP of Marketing for the LHM company, Larry H. Miller Company. So welcome, guys. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, as everyone's getting seated here, I was really looking forward to having this discussion today. Each one of these companies not only are impressive, but it's more impressive that they're not startups. It's not the newest craze, but they've been through the ups and the downs, and they've built something that lasts. So we want to just talk a little bit about that. And let's dive right in. One of the kind of pressing questions I have, you're in a competitive space, each one of you, whether it's healthcare, entertainment, sports, real estate, whether it's entertainment from what do I do on my weekends, and there's a lot of ski resorts in Utah. Only one that gets 1-star reviews though. And then from hunting and outdoor apparel with Sitka Gear, How do you differentiate your brand? How do you stand out amidst the against competition? And as you think about that long-term success, continuing to differentiate, continuing to stand out over time isn't easy. And I'd love for you to maybe each take a moment and kind of speak to that. Just those unique things that you offer and what allows you to stay ahead. Why don't we start here with David?
Not Dave, David, okay. Thanks for having me. When you think about that, it's probably, you think hard and think, man, what would that be? What should it be? The reality is probably pretty simple. Do the right thing and do it consistently, right? Do it every time. Be predictable. Innovate, but be predictable.
Love that. Thank you. Dave?
Well, I think speaking for Snowbird, it's easier to stand out and be unique because we have such a unique mountain that is one of the most challenging in North America. And the trick is to get comfortable with who we are and what we are. And it has not always been the case. When I became marketing director, I started as assistant director of public relations in 2000 and worked my way up. And for a lot of that time, Dick Bass was our owner, and he really wanted us to be a family-friendly resort and attract families from around the world to come to Snowbird. And he insisted that Big Emma was a green run because we needed more green runs. And it was as simple as putting a green line on Big Emma. But then our customers would get out on Big Emma and realize that in order to groom that run, you had to hook a cable up to a snowcat. It was so steep. And they would get to the top of it and they would say, where is the green run? And we'd say, well, this is it according to Dick Bass. And it's, for us, standing out is knowing who you are, knowing what you are, and leaning into that and owning it. And we'll get more into that. But for us, that's the key, is not trying to be something we're not and being proud of what we are.
Oh, thank you.
Guess I'll go. Thanks for having me, Phil. For Sitka and a lot of places, I've been in the consumer brand and consumer space and outdoor. It's meeting the customer and solving problems for them. If you can solve the customer problems and continue to do that, whether it be through innovation in product, innovation in customer experience, even rebirthing old consumer channels to meet them where they're buying and shopping at that time, has led to a lot of success for us.
So consistency, leaning in even when it's uncomfortable to who you are and what makes you stand out, and being able to meet the consumer where it's at and continuing to innovate as cultural and consumer preferences change. Love that. Let's talk a little bit about community. Engaging a community, and I don't just mean online or offline, but in all the ways. Building community is critical for brands. How do you actively participate and support communities? The communities that you're located in physically, online communities, relative to each one of your business. What does that look like to double down on your roots and those most loyal followers to you? Let's start with Dave on this one.
That's a really tricky question because at a place like Snowbird that operates year-round, we have a lot of different communities. We have the ski community. We have the summertime groups. We have Oktoberfest. We have our employee group. We have groups that you and I work with, like Wasatch Adaptive Sports. There are many, many communities, and one of the tricks is deciding where you're going to engage and do it all in and not try to be everything to everybody, because when you have 1,900 employees and you're high profile, you have a lot of requests to get involved in different issues and different things, and you really have to narrow your focus and say, okay, this is the area we want to focus on, and these are the places we're really going to engage. But there's never a shortage here in Salt Lake of ways to get involved in different issues, whether it's what's going on with the Great Salt Lake and how to get educated on that, how we can do our part to improve that, how we can help people with disabilities, how we can help people that might not have any opportunity to get in the mountains because of income or other issues. So there's no shortage, but it's really engaging and rewarding when you do, and people appreciate it.
For extra credit, be thinking about the question you want to ask Dave about why the Great Salt Lake matters so much to Snowbird. David, how about you?
It's interesting when you said you may ask this question. We recently acquired 100 acres along North Temple on the west side of Salt Lake City, a very neglected, underserved part of the valley, and for a long time, and announced that we were forming a coalition to try to bring a Major League Baseball expansion team to Salt Lake and build a stadium on that land, about 9 acres of that 100. So when you think about the size of that land and what's going on in that area, there are a lot of voices, right? And people saying, gentrification of the neighborhood, pushing out the residents that are there. So the way that we're engaging, which is really interesting, is embracing the culture that's already there and elevating it. The culture has always been in that neighborhood. It's very ethnically diverse, culturally diverse, religiously diverse. And so to embrace all of that and make it visible through investment and work on ways to, through our foundation, through the Larry and Gail Miller Family Foundation, invest in that community. Larry and Gail grew up in that area, went to West High School. And so it's full circle for them to come back and invest in that neighborhood. But it's kind of what we have done as a company through our 45-year history, is invest in making the community better. Gail will always say the community should be better because we were here, and we continue to do that every day.
What a great tribute to Larry H. Miller Corporation. Thank you. Matt, what about yourself?
Yeah, this is a fun one. There's a number of things that we're doing right now and evolving for the Sitka business that are making significant investments in building a very engaged, very loyal community. We've had one from the beginning, being at the
Yes,
pinnacle.
you have.
Yeah, being at the top of an industry that is very large, and the motivations for people participating in the sport of hunting are deep rooted in heritage and family and kind of personal experience. And so we kind of base our community engagement around 3 pillars. One of them being nurturing natural systems, which kind of has a sustainability lens to it. The other is expanding hunting opportunities, which brings more people into hunting from communities that may not have immediate access to it. And then the third is shared, what did I say? Shared stewardship, expanding hunting opportunities, and man, I'm blanking on, I got it on my phone, give me one sec. But with that, we fund shared stewardship, nurturing natural systems, which is improving environment and hunting land spaces, and encouraging the hunting experience, expanding the hunting experience. So with that, those are, we approach not just partnerships, but community engagement. We also have a little known grants program that puts about $500,000 a year into kind of each of those pillars to grow the community of hunters and people that share the outdoor experience. The other investment that we're making, is in our retail footprint. Similar, physical expansion allows you to touch a lot more people, and so we know that direct to consumer is our path to growth, and so digital can take you so far, but we're finding, like many brands, it's a lot more price effective to acquire customers through brick and mortar retail. And so, Sitka's on a trajectory to continue doing that.
And that's interesting because we see big box, department stores struggling, and yet specialty stores and brands' own stores doing extremely well. I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about, it's hard in marketing to think about, we want to invest some dollars, but we need to show an immediate impact on the bottom line, or this month, or this quarter, or this week. It needs to look better. And so it's always that balance of, we have seasonal fluctuations in skiing. Snowbird makes most of the money, I'm sure, during certain times of the year. We have, a lot of seasonality, somewhat with entertainment and sports. So a lot of seasonality with hunting. How do you prioritize long-term brand sustainability over just short-term games? How do you, in your organizations, think long-term to say, how do we build a brand that lasts versus just trying to meet the demands of a CFO or a board or an owner in the short term?
I'll go.
Okay.
I have Travis here to back me up. Working with the car dealerships for many years, it's a 30-day cycle, right? Every month is a new month, and that last month is gone, and now you're on the next month. And so it was very, very focused on short term, like, let's meet our numbers this month, which is super important. And we like to look at it as, you call it sales overnight, brand over time. And that by, as I said, being consistent in your behavior over time, you do well in the short term, but you build over the long term. And you know, one of the things that you look at what happened during the pandemic with the megaplex, with theaters, like we were closed, right? So how do you make money in a business that's not making movies and no one can go to movies? How do you stay in business? So being able to rely on our brand and the loyal following that we had, we sold popcorn and movie concessions at the curb and did incredibly well. It kept us in business during the pandemic. But it was because of the reputation that we had and the engagement we had with those customers to maintain that through a really hard time.
Great example. Dave?
Well, I think the best advice I can give is either work for the Miller family or the Cumming family so that you don't get that call that, oh no, the world is crashing, turn it around in 30 days. But we still have situations where we have to pivot quickly. We had one for April hotel occupancy with an early Easter business in the ski industry for overnight stays went off a cliff. So we had to pivot and spin up some marketing. But the key is to continue your authenticity. Don't divert from who you are. Use the same tone, use the same voice, so that it feels familiar, but it's a new opportunity for people. I think, as everybody's talking about, you know, you've got to be who you are and choose good companies to work for, right? But that's one of the challenges in the ski industry is now there's all this consolidation, and you have companies like Vail that are publicly traded. So they're having to make short-term decisions and show short-term profitability to please Wall Street. And that changes how you behave in the ski business dramatically, because we do have up and downs. You do have low snow years. You have economic downturns. We had 9/11. You know, you have these big events in your life or your career where it's highly, highly disruptive. So choose your employer well. It's my number one.
Good advice.
All of that's a great advice, because I kind of go back to what I said in the first question is know the customer, know what they want, what they look to you to solve for them. Being a technical apparel brand, we look to the field to be the champion of what the consumer need is. And so regardless of what's happening, if we're continuing to solve problems for the customer, we found the customer is going to keep coming back to us. I think, you know, like any business, we are held to, you know, growth expectations, and not growing is not fun. And so hunting is a very small little niche industry within even a little bit bigger niche industry of general outdoor. And so, you know, how do we grow and maintain authenticity is taking the same lens that we took when we went to hunt. It was, hey, we're out in the elements. This sucks when we don't have good clothes. So let's solve problems that may not necessarily be in the hunt space, but solve it with that same lens. And so, you know, for us, growing and meeting those growth expectations is category expansion, but doing so with the same intent and the same hyper focus on solving problems that don't exist in the marketplace, because that's what brought us our customers in the first place.
Oh, thank you. I want to dive a little bit deeper with each one of you on your individual organizations, starting with Snowbird. Tell us about the One Star campaign. How does it continue to benefit you, and you know, what have you learned about, you know, just that experience over the last 5-6 years about, you know, your community?
So for those who aren't familiar with this, it was a campaign we did years ago, probably 7 years ago, something like that. And it was the first time that Snowbird, in a very publicly way, really leaned in to what we are and what we are not. And we used actual guest comments about their experience in Snowbird that were not necessarily positive to the experience if you were not a hardcore skier. But it really resonated with the hardcore powder steep and deep skier.
Can you give us some examples?
Well, the main campaign was a shot we took up on Baldy on a super deep powder day, Bluebird looking down Little Cottonwood Canyon, and it was a one-star campaign from an actual customer. We used his first name, and it talked about the lack of easy terrain or something like that. I can't remember the exact verbiage. And it was scary. When we looked at doing this concept, we had 3 concepts for that year. I was not president at the time, I was vice president, and our marketing director laid out all 3. And to his credit, my predecessor picked the one-star campaign, which we loved, but you know you've got something special when you're really nervous to launch it. And before that ad even ran in a newspaper, a trade publication got word of it and picked it up. It got picked up by Reddit that night, and we have never seen exposure like we had on Reddit for the next few months. But what it uncovered was this idea of being true to who you are and not trying to be someone you're not. And it not only resonated with our customers, but our employees were so excited. And still you walk around the resort this many years later and people have one-star t-shirts on and one-star stickers, and there were many copycat campaigns after that. And this year we're up for more awards because we did a campaign that was the trail signs that are like beginner, intermediate, expert in green, blue, black, and then at the bottom we had a different breed in the Snowbird logo. And that really is in the same vein, meaning, yeah, you can go ski anywhere, but if you want a really unique experience, come to Snowbird. For the right person, it's heaven.
I think one of those reviews were, it's just too steep, or the terrain's too steep. And I think everybody's dying saying, how do I get there?
And just for fun, we put that billboard up in the guy's neighborhood. I think he was in California. And we bought billboard space and put it up by his house because we have all that information. And just for a month, we ran it by his house. And he thought that was pretty cool.
That's the ultimate marketing dunk.
Yeah. David, for you, Larry H. Miller has gone through a pretty dramatic transformation. You've gone from being known as, owners of the Jazz and the Bees and automotive dealerships to selling the automotive dealerships, selling the Jazz. And, although Major League Baseball's in the works, tell us about how that, reaching into real estate, healthcare, that major pivot, how you've stayed true to your values, how you've continued to uphold that brand of what Larry H. Miller represents in the community.
Yeah, it's been an interesting time. Travis said that he didn't quit, he got fired. So did I. And it wasn't the Larry H. Miller Company that fired us. It was Asbury Automotive, the new owners of the dealerships. And, talk about a brand challenge. Sell part of your company to another company that's doing business in the same market as you and let them use your name. So there's Larry H. Miller dealerships out there today. We do not own them. We do not operate them. So that created some challenges. But we really see ourselves, the Larry H. Miller Company, as a family investment firm, and really have embraced that in terms of what the family wants. And the family's still very much in charge. The family sits on our board of directors and still maintains the vision that Larry and Gail had from the very beginning. We have our mission, vision, and values, which haven't changed. And if we continue to operate that way, I mean, we have, for a long time, we were the 800-pound sports gorilla, right? And now there's another one. And so, and we don't own a major league sports team today, and he owns maybe 3, 2.5. And so it's been an interesting shift of culture for us. And to be able to stay focused on who we are as we pursue Major League Baseball and invest in the community And we have the benefit of the Larry Jane Gilmore Family Foundation, who are very involved in many, many causes in the valley, in the state. And we continue to invest in communities across the state. And then as we do business through our portfolio of companies, healthcare, sports, real estate, and a lot of investments, we just continue to do business the same way we've done for 45 years. And those principles apply. We recently launched a campaign back in April where we say at the heart and soul of the Larry H. Miller Company is the connection between people and the places they share. And that if you look at, we build places. We have sports venues, we have theaters, we have assisted living and skilled nursing facilities. And it isn't about the buildings. And those buildings have employees and people. It's really the interaction between the people in the place is where life happens. And embracing that and enriching lives in that space is what we've done and will always do.
Well, you've certainly done a lot as an organization to enrich Salt Lake, so thank you.
And as a marketer, jealous of the, maybe Snowbird's not for you. Love it.
For Sitka, you've kind of been, as you alluded to earlier, at the top of the heap. You kind of have a bullseye, so to speak, on you with a lot of the other hunting brands nipping at your tails or copying the new product and innovations that you're doing. Maybe just talk about that challenge of maintaining that position of being known as the hunting apparel brand, and as others have taken cues from you, how do you continue? You've alluded to a little bit of watching consumers, but what is that challenge like, and what are you doing to continuing to stay on top?
Yeah, there's we call them ankle biters in the office, but there's a lot of them, and they seem to spring up more and more frequently. We lead, I think the challenge of it, what's happening in the marketplace for Sitka, let's talk on that for a sec, is everything we do, you can almost set your clock by it. 30 days later, one of the competitors will do it after us. And I'm not kidding. We opened our Atlanta store. There was a new store in downtown Bozeman by one of our competitors almost 45 days later. When we launch a new colorway, 45 days later, there's a new colorway in market from one of our competitors in the exact same style within the exact same category. So it is a constant process for us to stay ahead. And how do we deal with challenges? It's innovation. We have to have the best, the brightest minds working on product, on user experience, on channel distribution. What are we going to be doing next year? I don't know. The digital marketplace is going to change in the next 12 months pretty dramatically with AI, and so I think we're doing everything we can to stay ahead of the industry from a product and a product innovation standpoint, but also, I've said this already, but we're trying to innovate. Where's the customer going to be? How are they going to find us? How are they going to engage with us? And I already mentioned it, but creating real life experiences, I think those have tremendous value for the user, especially the Sitka user. Probably more so, and definitely not your customers for sure. They're seeking that real life experience, but we are trying to move at the speed of the customer. It's one of the core tenets of our growth plan, is moving at the speed of the customer. And so on the innovation topic, for those of you that don't know, Sitka has is owned by Gore Technologies, which is the little company that makes Gore-Tex fabrics. And so having a direct line to the R&D teams and the innovation teams and the material sciences teams has absolutely been a key factor in us being able to stay ahead and bring solutions to market that nobody else can touch. And so, being at the top, we plan to stay on the top, and we know that there's a lot of other brands that can't do what we can do.
Thank you. I know our time is just about up. I wanted to ask each participant just any final words as you look ahead the next 5 to 10 years, 45 years with Larry H. Miller. What are any parting advice that you would give about how to build a brand that lasts?
What did Travis say? Work your ass off? Something like that? Yeah, and I love the idea of, working at the speed of the customer, staying ahead of the market. Talked earlier about AI, and if you're not using AI, you're behind already. But keeping your fingers on the pulse of the people, because I used to work in tech and never sold a computer to a machine, always sold it to a person. And so regardless of what you're doing, you have a customer who feels something. And are you connecting with them? And are you moving them? The way to move masses of people is one at a time. And so I would say continue to focus on the customer and where they want to be and be where they are. And that's not easy. And we look at standing on the shoulders of those who went before us and honoring the past, but constantly looking to the future.
I love that just thought of emotionally connecting, being human, understanding that, you're building a relationship along the way. Thank you. Dave?
I would agree with everything David just said, but also making sure that your culture permeates your organization in a way that resonates with your employees. We launched an internal brand last year called Here for the Challenge. And for us, it's about acknowledging it's difficult to work in Little Cottonwood Canyon. In the 900-inch winter, we had 42 snow nights, which were 42 nights our employees had to sleep at the resort and get up the next morning and go to work. And it's not for everybody, but for those people, they are here for the challenge, and it's part of what makes it an exciting place to work. But you cannot deliver all of your goals and strategies without a group that's aligned with where you're going as a company. You have to take actions that they believe in, going back to community and sustainability. We get a lot more feedback from our employees than we do the community about the charitable giving or sustainability, things like that. Our employees want to work for a company that aligns with their beliefs and believes in them and gives them opportunities to grow. The trend with job hopping right now is really foreign to me. When I took over, there were 3 people who left our organization at the same time. And between those 3 people, they had spent 134 years working at Snowbird. And so we have this incredible string of longevity. And now people are coming in and going. They don't get promoted in 2 years, they're out. It's a really different world, so we're trying to adjust to that and retain people longer and hire the right people who believe in what we do.
So building a brand that lasts begins with having and building a team, a culture, an organization that's investing and communicating clearly that we're here to stay and we're investing in you.
That's right.
Final word, Matt?
Well, you set me up. These guys nailed it. I got to go last on that one. So echo it like to the top of the mountain. You guys nailed it. It's the customer, company culture. Those are foundational to building a successful, sustainable brand that's going to grow over time. Unique to the Sitka business and the challenges that face us is making sure hunting sticks around. We talked a little bit about community, but the work being done by us and by our community partners is measurable. It is legislative. It has an impact on people being able to experience the outdoors. And so we have to ensure that the opportunity to continue hunting and can continue enjoying wild spaces sticks around.
Let's give it up for some incredible brands. Thank you.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, I think one of those 1-star reviews said something like, there's just way too much powder, right? It's like, if you're a skier, that's not something you say. So anyway, it was an amazing campaign. So thanks again to all of those who participated from the different brands today. It's been incredible. We did have one more thing I wanted to mention. So we have another partner. I wanted to get it so I could read it correctly. is PermaShield is our partner, and Thane Harrison is here. And what they do is it's a spray for your tires that makes them almost impossible to get a flat tire. You can run over 100 nails, and PermaShield keeps your tires inflated. Pretty cool. So he's got stuff here. If anyone is interested, reach out to. So you said you guys met Mike on stage here. Come talk to Mike if you have a few minutes. He can hook you up on those tires. It's like a $500 value. So if you're interested, please come chat. Okay. Now let me grab the clicker. Is that me? This one. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is the last vignette of the day. Just a quick 4 or 5 minutes, talking about why the upper funnel matters. And so we've actually heard a few people reference psychology today. And I'm not a psychologist, but maybe like you, in my family, I've paid for enough therapy sessions that I think I have an honorary degree at this point. So if I haven't earned it, I've certainly paid for it. So I feel qualified to talk to you about the psychology of memory. So there are only 3 ways to move a short-term memory to a long-term memory. The first is urgency. Urgency is usually related to a specific event, and it's generally not a positive event. What happens is a surge of hormones creates this chemical wash that it strengthens the neurons. However, those memories are largely out of your control at the subconscious level. And so you might drive by a location where you had a car accident and feel anxious and not really have that conscious memory of that. So that's not something as it relates to brands that you probably want to focus on. You probably don't want to have your brand associated with some sort of urgent thing. I guess in the hospitals, if you build a brand, then you want that there. Association is the second piece, and association is the ability to remember or relate concepts to concepts instead of just the individual concept itself. So if you think about trying to memorize a 9-digit number, that can be hard. But if that 9-digit number is your telephone number, it's a lot easier to remember, and you can remember that for a lifetime. I remember my number growing up as a kid, 801-943-4995. I don't think I will ever forget that. A good example of this as well is like putting your name in a jingle. Like we had Travis sing the Axio Automotive jingle. You relate your name to a jingle, and you can remember that a lot better. Another example, as I was thinking about this, one of the I think the best campaigns ever was the Get a Mac campaign. Do you remember this, where you have kind of like the younger, cool, laid back, kind of hip guy who, I'm a Mac. And then you had the somewhat nerdy, glasses, funny, maybe slightly out of shape guy where I'm a PC. And so you're relating those concepts and making that association. That was an incredibly effective ad campaign for Apple. The last one is repetition, and repetition creates the strongest learning. And repetition is absolutely critical for your brands to build awareness, loyalty, and trust. And so that's what we're going to talk a little bit about, this repetition. In fact, Google recently released this study they did, and they call it the 7-11-4 rule. What that means is, depending on the product or service you're providing, it might be slightly different. But certainly if it's a considered purchase item, like I'm going to buy a car, I'm going to buy a home, I'm going to choose where I want to go to get my my university degree, or a generally larger purchase, then it falls in line with this. And so 7 hours of engagement with the consumer. You need to drive 7 hours of engagement in order for them to purchase your product. But you don't get that all at once. That's why the 11 is important. 11 is the number of touch points you need to create along the customer journey to gain that 7 hours of engagement. And then equally important is the 4 channels. So, I haven't been on a date in a long time, but I would imagine if you take someone out and then you ask them out again and you take them to the same place, it might be a little weird, a little awkward. So think about that in marketing. If you meet the consumer on YouTube, don't just keep meeting them at YouTube. Probably not going to get a lot of dates. But if you meet them through a display campaign, through a social ad campaign, meet them in other places and look across those channels, reach those 4 different channels to be able to help that consumer along the customer journey. So this speaks to the idea of brand plus performance. I know the writing's a little small, but too many brands focus on that right side of the performance marketing, where they're really trying to poach that last piece of the funnel, right? They're using paid search to try to steal that client just at the very end. But that's not very effective. If, at the same time, if you focused on the brand piece of it to build your brand, you're going to have a much healthier pipeline, right? So if you look on the left here, and this is interesting. So I was going to make a joke. I had a friend here earlier who I think he was the CFO and the CMO. But this is reason why it's probably not a great idea for your CFO to be making the marketing decisions. Because they're looking at, man, that lower funnel stuff, that conversion rate is so high. Look at the ROI that that's driving. But what happens on the left-hand side here is that conversion, if you're focusing just on the conversion piece, then that tree is going to die. It's going to dry up in a hurry. You're not going to have those leads that can create a healthy business. But on the other side, if you invest in high funnel, if you invest on building your brand, then you will have a healthy tree and you'll have a healthy root system that's going to continue to grow and drive your brand expansion. So that's the quick plug for, think about it. And we had that conversation here just a few minutes ago. A couple of comments were about driving that brand, and you're in it for the long term. Much more fruitful as a brand if you focus on the upper funnel in addition to the lower funnel. So just a couple of key takeaways. Repetition creates the strongest learning. And from a marketing perspective, that's your opportunity to get in front of the client as often as you can. And it's not about spamming your client, but instead it's about strategic consistency. So have a consistent message and use that message across many different channels to drive that awareness. Diversification increases familiarity outside of that solo channel. So that's the dating concept. Look outside of, if you're just kind of stuck in one lane because you think that's the best, look across some other channels and give yourself an opportunity to get in front of that consumer in many different places. And finally, a focus on the full funnel is absolutely fruitful in the long run. We would recommend that for all of our clients. So with that, that's just a little idea in upper funnel. So with that, we are going to get into our breakout sessions. So, okay, so we have two different sessions. One isn't going to be in here, and one is going to be just in the kitchen area, just to the right in that office there. And the session happening here is why paid video is your greatest superpower. So speaking to high funnel, this is a great conversation. The second breakout session is mastering your marketing funnel from top to bottom. So there'll be about a 30, 40-minute conversation on each of those, and then we'll switch, and you can choose the next track. The next track is here. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. So first breakout is why paid video is your greatest superpower in here. And then in the other office, it's strategies for making your first-party data work for you. So if you haven't thought about first-party data, it's a great conversation to have. With everything that's happening out there in the internet and cookies going away, but now they're back. First-party data is the way to really drive results. So you can choose one of those. And then on the next breakout, it's mastering your marketing funnel from top to bottom in here and building trust with content in the others. So with that, thank you for being here, and we hope you enjoy these sessions. And if you would like to get a PermaShield, hook up with Mike and Thane over here, and that's it. So thank you.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for sticking around for the breakouts. We're excited to run through a couple things as it relates to video, high funnel, promoting your brand, but more importantly, just telling your brand's story. So we want to start out with a little bit of a breakdown of kind of what we're going to be running through, but got a little sizzle reel. Okay, did you feel that? It hits a little bit different, right? Imagine if that was just a static banner ad that said Max Connect, right? What you can do and the power of video to really get consumers bought into and really engage with your brand is unparalleled. So I want you to finish this quote. Raise your hand, finish the quote. You reap what you sow, okay? So another question. How many of you, raise your hand if you know what succession planting is? I do because I Googled it yesterday. Succession planting is where you take one root out and you immediately plant another, right? So how does that translate to marketing? Really, when we look at our overall long-term growth strategies, our sales strategies, it really has to be that succession planting program. It can't just be going to the top of the tree and just pulling all the fruit off. Like Greg just showed this slide where it kind of shows about brand expansion. Really focuses on nourishing the roots all the way through, getting that nourishment throughout the tree. So I mean, if you're a farmer and you go and just pull all the fruit off come springtime, and then you don't do anything to nourish that tree, what's your harvest going to look like the next year? That's really what the low funnel emphasis, and really what if that's all you ever focus on, the roots will dwindle. You're not going to be driving fresh fruit to cultivate in later years. So I love this analogy. And the other thing is you kind of look at that trickle down effect of like awareness, interest, consideration, evaluation, conversion, all ultimately going back to nourish that root. So the roots are stronger. They're that much more fulfilled. You're getting that much more out of your cultivation the following year. So we already saw the slide, brand versus performance, but we really, again, this is a big focus and emphasis for every marketing campaign that we create a proposal on. It's really looking at, okay, where is your brand acknowledgement right now? How can we improve that so more people in your marketplace are searching for you, not just searching for your generic product that you're going to have to compete every single click and pay for every single click. We want to drive people to your brand so they're searching for you. They're bought into you.
Yeah, so one of the most important elements of when you're developing paid video is pre-production. This is where you're putting all the front work so that your end product is way easier and you're able to actually make decisions on how that's going to turn out in the beginning stages. So the first part is creative strategy. When you're developing a video, you want to make sure that you are targeting your audience. You're not just coming up with, oh, this is a cool concept, but you're understanding why. Why is it a cool concept and how is it going to resonate with our audience? And then after we get that, we move on to script development. It's always important to have a script. A lot of people think, oh, I can just wing it, no big deal. It's a big deal because then you're able to know what you're going to say, and more importantly, you know what the end product's going to look like. So you can already make adjustments and tweaks before we've even started shooting, because that's, I think, the biggest element of pre-production is when you have that final product and you want to make changes and we haven't done a good, strong job in pre-production, you're limited on the changes that you can make. But when we're in the beginning, we can really make those changes. And a big element of that is storyboarding. Storyboarding is a way for each of you to see what your video is going to look like without needing to shoot anything. So we're already changing shots. We're already changing locations, we're coming up with what talent looks like, all the composition before we've even started. And then finally, we have our shot list, which is just explaining how we're going to shoot. And so if we've done all these things properly, the next step is way easier. Production's way smoother, and we're able to actually maximize more time along the production process.
Yeah, so I see Travis and Ephraim kind of chuckling here because Travis is just like, he's just got the mojo, he's got the swag, right? You wing it all the time. Right? Well, again, it comes down to, you carry a certain demeanor, and you obviously integrate that into your ads. I love what you guys have done, and I always hear Mike talking about some of the things. But what's cool is there's stuff happening behind the scenes. I hear him talking to Brock. I hear him talking to the team about some of these elements that we're going to incorporate. What's the overall vision of the project? What are we going to try and accomplish? So the other thing is looking at its use case analysis. Okay, as we look at building everything out, how are we going to implement this? How are we going to deploy it? What is the end goal? What are we trying to accomplish? What do we want our customers to feel? What do we want them to do? What is the action item we're trying to drive? So all of that really kind of goes back into, okay, how we build out this campaign. Where is it going to hold their hand at the very beginning of their journey? and just educate them about our brand, or are we going to hold their hand a little bit lower and nurture them down to the next phase of our marketing strategy, which is going to be a little bit more hand-holding towards conversion? And so really it's a full funnel approach, but it starts with some of that pre-planning and knowing exactly what you're trying to accomplish with the ad creative, with the messaging, with the script, and everything like that. And then also I'll say, we love this infographic here with gathering and layering data because everything comes down to audience, right? And understanding the right audience and getting that right message in front of that audience at the right moment is really what drives all of our success as an agency and all of your success as business owners and managers.
Yeah, so one of the recent hires that we've had and recent additions we've had to our team is we've brought in a storyboard artist. So now we're able to work with you and really create the shots as they were supposed to be. So before it was working with Shotless, it was trying to find similar images off of Google and then trying to help you understand. But now we're able to fully show you what it's going to look like, and then we can change shots before we even start shooting. Like for example, this is a shot we did for Blendtec, and they had this ingressed display that could protect from juice getting on it, and so we did a shot with like juice dripping all over it and stuff. We're like, that's not very attractive, let's cut that. And then we were able to remove that before even wasting time shooting. And so this is a massive asset for us to allow you to see what we're going to shoot before we shoot it, and we're already making revisions. Because the most important element for us is we want to get your video as fast as possible. We want you to be able to get that running, work with traction, build it. And so by doing this in the front end, we're allowing a reduced amount of revisions in the back end, and we're getting your videos out faster. So now we've done our pre-production part. We got everything figured out. We got our location. We've got our talent booked. So now what do we do to make sure that the shoot is as productive as possible? One of the most important elements is having a clear brand vision, whether that be having a representative from your company there that's able to help us guide and make sure that we're not doing anything off brand, if you're sharing brand guidelines with us, sharing past videos. We really want to make sure that we're aligning with your brand. So maybe we're trying a different idea, but it still needs to circle back and align back with your brand so that you don't waste brand recognition. And then we're maximizing our content day. If we've done a good job with our pre-production, we have a location booked, and we have a certain amount of time, we can move through faster and maximize the content. So we're shooting extra stuff, we're shooting social content, we're shooting with social in mind, we're shooting with our deliverables in mind, and we're allowing ourselves to have variables that we can work within your videos. We can make different changes, we can make adjustments, we can do all these different things because we've prepared on the back end.
Again, I love just that little sizzle reel of different client work that we've done to, again, showcase the story and pull some of the excitement out of products, services, opportunities, recreation. I had a mentor that always say, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? And I think that really comes perfectly into play with this discussion that we're having as we start to create marketing plans and messaging plans and conversion funnels and all those types of things. That's all part of the plan, right? And focusing on the things that are going to help you be most effective throughout that plan are what's going to drive success for you.
Yeah. So if we've done all of our spots right, we're now in post-production. So post-production is where we can really elevate the footage and make it as fun as possible. As you can see on that image that we have, we were able to make a full video with just photos. We're able to really maximize and get creative and had a lot of fun with this. This was a really fun video that we did with a limited amount of resources. And so we can work within any budget. There's no restrictions. If you don't have a huge budget, we can work with existing footage and make it really pop. That's where post-production really helps elevate and sell any footage to your customers. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we can work with our digital team and we can A/B test. We can change. We can see what's working, and since we've prepared, we've shot extra, we can tweak. We can make adjustments, and we can follow those leads that are working. We can make the most out of these videos and really drive home whatever's working. And then the next step, yeah, we elevate footage. As you can see, we've tweaked things, we can make things. This is where we can do call-outs. We can add audio. We can do all these different things to really make it look awesome. And then finally, we can do motion graphics and animation. So this next example is one we did for Riverton Chevy. It's fully animated, and it was a really fun project, but it was a different way of approaching it. We didn't have to go out to the location. We didn't have to shoot. We did all the pre-production elements, and we were able to make a pretty smooth and fun cartoon. So there's a good example of just something short, something exciting, but also something different. And we're not limited with just quick YouTube ads, or social ads. We can even do brand videos, we can do campaign videos, we can really tweak the audience to focusing wherever, even if it's just building up brand morale. Like we've had a couple clients where it's just getting them excited. They had a problem retaining their employees, so we did campaigns to grow and retain their employees, and we've seen a lot of success within that.
Okay, so let's move on to implementation. So this is an example from a company called Nightingale College. They're a local nursing school. When they were maintaining consistent growth as we started an early partnership with them through 2018, 2019, COVID hit and it rocked their world. It was a complete shift. Like, what are they going to do? They were working in nursing homes. Well, nursing homes are saying nobody can come in here, right? And so how do they educate their students? How do they get them hands-on training? So they literally pioneered VR education, and they implemented a strategy where they were going to ship out a student box to individuals where this prospective nurse who gets accepted to school gets a box, has a VR headset in it, has all the curriculum, so this student can literally go into an operating room virtually, kill patients, and it's fine. It's all for learning, right? And so they really get that hands-on experience, and so their curriculum has just been just groundbreaking for the industry. And so these nurses are coming away with literally on-the-job training, but it's all done virtually. They get emergency room situations, they get all kinds of trauma situations that they're working through, the stress, the anxiety, dealing with it and overcoming it. So Nightingale had a phenomenal story to tell on how they've been able to do this, and they've just been absolutely destroying it from a performance standpoint. And they're having new students flock to their school because they can't get this anywhere else. Also kind of showcasing a day in the life of students, right? And then really just building that brand and helping people understand why. You can go on a waiting list to get into a nursing program here, or you can start right now and you can get all this kind of experience right from the get-go. So it's been a really cool journey to help them tell that story and then implement and get it out there in the market for them. Another example, creating excitement and interest for new home communities, master plan communities, whatever the product is. If you can get the excitement and get the emotion and people get bought in that way, then their behavior will follow it. Their search patterns, the content that they're reviewing will follow that excitement based on the video and the things like that you're trying to promote. Okay, so ultimately we're selling the sizzle, not the steak, right? And so when we look at results, that's really what we, as an agency, hang our hat on. So looking at that Nightingale video, it had a 58% view rate. So 58% of every person that we got that ad in front of watched it in its entirety. So they had the opportunity to skip at 5 seconds, but they stuck around and viewed that content because it was relevant to them. They're looking to become a nurse. They are on a waiting list somewhere else and like, wow, I didn't even know this was an option. So they've had record year-over-year enrollment. Literally every class start is just smashing the goals every single time, and they're continuing to just steamroll through the industry. And to the point where they've got multiple copycats just up and down I-15 in the last 12 months. Okay, so this is on Landsea Homes. So basically, as we look at these numbers, you can see, this is pulled directly from Kudos. You can see they spent $3,800. They had 18,000 impressions, 10,451 views, which is a view rate of 57%. Again, The people that we're getting that video in front of are sticking around because the content is relevant. It tells a story. It gets somebody excited. If you're looking to move and you see some of the features, some of the amenities and things like that in the community, you're like, wow, that's awesome. That looks great, right? So we see phenomenal engagement from that. Okay. This is an interesting case study how this was all pulled together. So this is a 7-month look back at a campaign that we started for a client. We delivered 16 million ad impressions, had 24,000 conversions. Here's what's really cool though. Look at the top 2 graphs, paid search cost per click and paid social cost per click. You notice a trend there? The reduction in cost. They're seeing a reduction in their ad costs because what we're doing is we're focusing on establishing and building that brand. So there's more people in the marketplace specifically searching for this brand and their communities and their products and their services, which come at a fraction of the cost. So their costs were declining for each category, but look at the total conversion numbers. They are skyrocketing. This company's has set multiple sales records. They're outperforming anything they've ever done in the past. And again, it's all based on get the right people, tell your story, put your plan in place, and then crush it. So Devin talked a little bit about this, and we'll just kind of wrap up on this. But as we look at total digital footprint, if you look at a video campaign, it's not driving a ton of clicks, but you look at how that interaction plays into your brand engagement across a variety of different platforms, and that's really where we quantify the success of the campaign is more people know you, more people want to engage with you. That's the success that we're seeing. This is just an example, more detail on that, but realistically it's all just focused on the engagement and how many people now know your brand and want to talk to you. Okay, so Q&A, any questions that you guys have, challenges you have, video projects you're working on, things like that that we can give you some insight or direction on? Great question.
Yeah, there's various approaches that you can do. I think the safest one is knowing, like if we know that you want to shoot that way, then we can prepare for that. We can shoot wider so it's able to be cropped in. We can frame it so that it's better. We can make sure that we do that. We can even, it's really easy for us to just flip our tripods and we're shooting like we're on a phone. And so I think, yeah, that's an issue that we run into a lot is we shoot 16:9 and then they're like, oh, we want social. And then you're trying to like retrofit into something for social and things get lost. So I think the most important element of that is just upfront telling what the deliverables that you are wanting, and then you're able to get those. And so yeah, there's various ways to do it. Depends on kind of time, but the easiest is just shoot wide and then you can crop in if you need to.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Love you guys.
shake, shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break, 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 break. And the baker's gonna bake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off.
Hey, hey, hey! Just think, while you've been getting down and out about the liars and the dirty, dirty cheats of the world, you could have been getting down to this sick beat.
My ex-man brought his new girlfriend. She's like, oh my god, but I'm just gonna shake into the fella over there with the hella good hair. Won't you come on over, baby? We can shake, shake, shake. Yeah. 'Cause the player's gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 hate. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break, 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 break. And the baker's gonna bake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. Shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off. You got to shake it off, I shake it off. I shake it off, I shake it off.
We go together, better than birds of a feather, you and me. We change the weather, yeah. I'm feeling heat in December when you found me. I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. And baby, you know it's obvious, I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. About you, about you, about you. And you're making the typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Don't complicate it. Yeah. 'Cause I know you and you know everything about me. I can't remember all of the nights I don't remember when you're around me. I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. And maybe you know it's obvious, I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. About you, about you, about you. Making the typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. And maybe you know it's obvious, I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. About you, about you, about you. Making the typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. I'm a sucker for you. Let's tell the world all the things we've done. Falling in love in the setting sun. I've got
here tonight.
Play that song, the one that makes me go all night long, the one that makes me think of you. That's all you gotta do. Hey, Mr. DJ, when you gonna spin it? My baby's favorite, 'cause she been waiting for me. She invited all the friends, and I'm buying all the rounds, and they're all dolled up. DJ, please don't let me down. When you gonna play that song now? When you gonna earn that pay? When you gonna play that song and make my day? She said, play that song, the one that makes me go all night long, the one that makes me think of you. That's all you gotta do. Hey, play that song, the one that makes me stay till dawn, the one that makes me go ooh. That's all you gotta do. Hey, Mr. Guitar, when you gonna strum it? My girl just heard the song and you should play it 'cause she loves it. Can you get me off the hook? Get them fingers picking now. I'll throw some money in your cup. Mister, please don't let me down. When you gonna play that song now? Why you gotta hesitate? When you gonna play that song and make my day? She said, play that song, the one that makes me go all night long, the one that makes me think of you. That's all you gotta do. Hey, play that song, the one that makes me stay till dawn, the one that makes me go ooh. That's all you gotta do. Oh, where do you see my baby move? Where do you see my baby Come on now, play that song, the one that makes her go all night long, the one that makes her think.
Homegrown alligator, see you later.
Gotta hit the road.
Gotta hit the road.
The sun it changed in the atmosphere. Architecture unfamiliar. I can get used to this.
Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you'll see what I mean.
There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be.
I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. The south of the equator navigated.
Gotta hit the road.
Gotta hit the road.
Deep sea diving around the clock.
Bikini bottoms, lager tops.
I could get used to this.
Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you see what I mean.
There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be.
I'll I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. We've got two in the front, three in the back, sailing alone, and we don't look back. Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you see what I mean.
There's a mountaintop that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be.
I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone. I'll be riding shotgun underneath the hot sun, feeling like a someone.
May you have auspiciousness and causes of success. May you have the confidence to always do your best. May it take no effort in your being generous, sharing what you can, nothing more, nothing less. May you know the meaning of the word happiness. May you always lead from the beating in your chest. May you be treated like an esteemed guest. May you get to rest, may you catch your breath. May the best of your todays be the worst of your tomorrows. Whoa. May the road less paved be the road that you follow. Oh. Well, here's to the hearts that you're gonna break. Here's to the lives that you're gonna change. Here's to the infinite possible ways to love you. I want you to have it. Here's to the good times we're gonna have. You don't need money, you got a free pass. Here's to the fact that I'll be sad without you. I want you to have it all. Slap bracelet. May you keep the chaos and the clutter off your desk. May you have unquestionable health and less stress. Having no possessions though immeasurable wealth. May you get a gold star on your next test. May your educated guesses always be correct. And may you win prizes shining like diamonds. May you really own it each moment to the next. May the best of your todays be the worst of your tomorrows. Whoa. May the road less paved be the road that you follow. Oh. Well, here's to the hearts that you're gonna break. Here's to the lives that you're gonna change. Here's to the infinite possible ways to love you. I want you to have it. Here's to the good times we're gonna have. You don't need money, you got a free pass. Here's to the fact that I'll be sad without you. I want you to have it all. Can imagine, oh, no matter what your path is, if you believe it, then anything can happen. Go, 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 raise your glasses, go, 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 you can have it, oh. I told you, here's to the hearts that you're gonna break. Here's to the lives that you're gonna change. Here's to the infinite possible ways to love you. I want you to have free pass. Here's to the fact that I'll be sad without you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning our next breakout session in just a few minutes. We will be beginning our next breakout session in just a few minutes. Thank you.
In forgiveness, I found rest on the shoulders of redemption. I found hope when hope was dead. I could lose it in a moment, so I dare not close my eyes or watch fear fall with the sunset and see hope rise with the tide. And when the pain is true, sometimes these troubles prove that I'm alive. My eyes are open, my heart is beating, my lungs are full and my body's breathing. I'm moving forward, I found my freedom, I found the life that gave me reason to live. As this dusty road now settles and I see what lay before, every tear that held a broken dream is now shattered on the floor. And now bursting forth in splendor are the blossoms of second tries, because dreams that bear the mark of love are dreams that never die. Sometimes life can feel so unkind, but sorrow won't define me, so just reminds my soul, my soul. My eyes are open, my heart is beating, my lungs are full and my body's breathing. I'm moving forward, I found my freedom. I know the sorrow, I know the heartache, I know with fear comes a tragic heartbreak. But I'm moving forward, I found my freedom. I found a life that gave us reason to love. Yo, VIP, let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. All right, stop.
Collaborate and listen.
Rapper Candid.
That was just a sound check. Please excuse my colleague's voice. Thanks for sticking around for us. Now you can see what you're here for. My name is Brendan Siloto. I'm the Chief Digital Officer here at Max Connect. Here with Peyton Halls. He's one of our digital team leads. And Kendon Scow. He's our Director of SEO. We're going to talk to you today about mastering your marketing funnel from top to bottom. So hopefully you're all excited.
Perfect. Sorry, I'll try to talk away from it, I guess. Yes, we're excited to talk about it. I'm actually going to be covering the top of the marketing funnel. We'll have Peyton do the middle of the marketing funnel, and then Brendan, of course, will be the bottom of the marketing funnel. So just talking about the top of our marketing funnel, we call that, there's a lot of names for it. It's called the living stage. It's also called the awareness phase. It's called tofu, also top of funnel. But the key in this stage is providing solutions to people's questions, right? And this is more broad. These are people that are not familiar with your brand. So the goal is to get your brand in front of them, to make sure that you have helpful content that you're putting out there, engaging content, entertaining content. I feel like a lot of times brands are so careful, they're so scared of making the wrong move, and because of that, it comes across really flat and stale. It's very direct, there's no personality behind it. This is the part of the funnel where you can let loose a little bit and try to have fun, try to make it engaging, try to make it helpful. That's the best way to reach those users and make them familiar with your brand, and make sure that they're compelled to come over and work their way lower into the funnel. It actually reminds me a lot. The reason I think they're calling it the living stage is because it is people just living day to day. They're just going throughout their days. As we all live our lives, we're going to encounter situations where we have needs, wants, desires. Those are going to just pop up out of nowhere. Maybe all of a sudden you're thinking, I need a new rug for that front room. And so you're going to start doing some research. And you investing in the top of your funnel is going to make sure that you have your feelers out there and you have things in place that are going to potentially draw them in. The goal is to be more engaging and helpful than the competitors that you have out there. And there's a lot of ways you can do that. A good strategy, if you're planning to build a page or creating a piece of content that is meant to compete or to pull traffic in for a more broadly targeted keyword, then what you would want to do is you would want to go to Google whatever it is that you're targeting, take a look at those top 3 results, and see what other people are saying. What does Google like the most, right? Who's in the first spot? Who's in the second spot? Who's in the third spot? What do they have listed on their website? How are they pulling people in? They're not going to be it's not going to be transactional in nature, but it is going to be more informational type of searches when they just start that part of the top of funnel. And it actually reminds me of a quick story. Is the first big job I feel like I got right out of high school was with Convergys. I don't know if anyone knows of Convergys, but it was a call center. And I had the interview. They said, you're hired. Come back on Monday. They said, we're going to start you at $8.50 an hour. And I was beaming when I walked out of there. I felt like I should call my mom and be like, Mom, we made it. I'm making $8.50 an hour. I got my diploma. We're rich. Let's spend this money. So I think the biggest thing for the living phase is just being there, being ready for people when they start the information gathering phase, when they start to realize there's a problem or there's a desire or there's a need. There's specific ways, and we'll talk about those in the upcoming slides, to where you can make sure that you're in front of them. The last thing is just that the last thing I'll say is they also refer to this, the top of the funnel, as the cold audience. And the reason they call it the cold audience is because they don't even know who you are, right? And Convergys, my job was cold calling. So right away, I'm on the phone calling people up. Ted from Nebraska would pick up and I'd be like, Ted, how's your long distance? Do you want to buy 600 minutes from AT&T a year? That's what I'm offering you. And that was, back in the day, that was the way to get in front of that audience, right? Is cold calling. It was painful. I wasn't even there that long, right? And I thought it was my dream job. But luckily, we have marketing channels now that help us do the cold calling, right? And we'll talk about those, but I'll go ahead and hand it over to Peyton.
Before he starts it, I just want you guys to know that it sounds like if you've tried every top of funnel approach and you haven't found success, you can call Candid and he will cold call for you. He has
I'd be happy to. Yeah.
I was also going to say, if you don't know Candid, you might think that he's used all of his material already. He's got plenty left.
It's true.
He'll keep on talking.
Yes.
When we talk, so I did want to say too, if you have any questions throughout, we'll take questions at the end, but if you have any questions about something that you're struggling with, a specific stage of the funnel, a specific channel, how we think about KPIs and what we should be looking at, whatever. Just if you ever have any questions, just raise your hand and we'll take it. The middle of the funnel, looking stage, consideration, education, research, it's really when someone's moved from just simply knowing that your brand or product exists to really trying to figure out what the best solution for their problem is. And so, yeah, we'll talk about that more, but it's really an opportunity for you to continue to stay in front of them and try to capture some micro engagements or micro conversions to keep them engaged with your brand and learn as much as possible about you and your product.
All right, so I have a lot less to say than Camden, but bottom of the funnel. This is probably the part of the funnel that the only part of the funnel that some brands think exists. But this is when they're ready to buy. This is when they're ready to take action. This is when those potential customers are primed and ready, and it's your job to push them over that edge to take that desired action, removing any friction that might prevent them from making that buying decision or submitting that lead or whatever that action is for your brand.
Perfect. Okay, so building awareness. Let's talk about initiating the customer journey, talking more about the awareness phase, that top of funnel approach. We walked up here to Vanilla Ice. That was no coincidence. Ice Ice Baby was a popular hit, and part of the lyrics in that song, he says, "If you have a problem, yo, I'll solve it." And that's exactly what we need to be thinking about when we're in that top of the funnel. What problems can we help people solve? Can we be more helpful than what our competitors, the information they have out there? You can do the research. You can Google. You can find out what people are doing. It's not hard to do that research. But as far as the questions that consumers are asking in this phase, they are very much in the information gathering phase of the funnel. So every single one of these questions, what's noticeable to me is it is all informational. I come from the SEO world, so talking about search intent. Search intent can be transactional in nature, which is more bottom funnel, or it can be more informational in nature. For the informational in nature type of queries, from an SEO perspective, you can provide a list of the top 10 rugs you can have for your front room. I used that example earlier. Just things that kind of, if you're thinking about ROI at this phase in the funnel, you're thinking about it wrong. Because it's not about your bottom line, what it's going to equate to in terms of dollars at the end of the day. Your goal is going to be getting views, impressions, and clicks. And I was with Derek last night out to dinner, and we were talking about layering marketing channels and getting impressions going and views. And he brought up a good point. We were talking about it. If impressions don't have impact, if your impressions aren't impressive, then you're just floating around out there. You need to make sure that what you're putting out there in terms of your impressions, when you do finally reach your target audience, that they are compelled, right? Let's see here. So, go ahead.
Kelly and Brock talked about video in the workshop right before this, and one of the metrics that Kelly pointed out was view rate. I think that's a perfect example of that. We've got engaging content, and we're targeting the right audience, and that's making that channel and that part of the funnel work as hard as possible for you.
Yep. And then the last part that I think in this slide we'll cover is just the questions that the consumers are asking at this phase would be, is there a better way I can go with this? Is there any new technology? Is this product evolved? How long has it been since my last purchase? They're going to be asking themselves all these questions. Is there anyone else with the same problem? What is the best solution? What they're looking for is just you being in front of them, whether it be using display, which I call online billboards, those little banners that follow you around on ESPN or wherever you're going. Video, right? You can have a YouTube channel that draws people in. You can run pre-roll, the little ads before the video. You can do SEO, of course, and then social media. And what's even better is leveraging these mediums together. If you create a great piece of content and you spend all this time, you've done the keyword research, you have everything set up on your website, and you're trying to draw people in, why not share that on your social media? Why not have a call to it in one of your videos? Say, hey, if you enjoyed this content, we actually have this other piece of content that you'll really like. Leveraging those together helps you build a really robust, strong network to help get those users kind of circling around in the top of your funnel.
I think that, just real quick, like the key metrics that we're looking at in top of funnel are generally volume based. So it's impressions, views, clicks, and that's the goal of this stage of the funnel.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I will say, all the key metrics are volume related typically at this phase of the funnel. So we're not, like I said, we're not worried about leads. We're not worried about ROI. We're worried about how many people did we get in front of? Are we spreading our awareness? Are we making more people more familiar with our brand? If you're doing those things, you are filling the top of your funnel.
I think that, sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot. Ben talked about that story with the two hikers in the woods with the bear, and then at the end he was like that guy understood his goal, that he was putting his shoes on not to outrun the bear, but to outrun his friend. And I think that. Is this working? Okay. I think that's important as we consider the stages of the funnel. Like, it's not, you can't try to force your display ads or your pre-roll ads or your connected TV ads or whatever it is that you would consider billboard or TV or whatever it is to drive immediate results. You can't force that to happen, but you still need to be there. You just have to look at it differently and understand your goal.
Perfect. So you see we have another wrapper on this slide, and if you're asking yourself, are we going to see a wrapper on every one of these slides? The answer is yes. Yes, you're going to see that.
Yes, you will.
It's a recurring theme, and if you're not a big rap fan, if you haven't chosen a side between the Drake and the K-Dot beef, that's okay. We'll explain, we'll drive the point home for each of these rappers, just to help us explain the slide better. But here we have Sir Mix-a-Lot. We all know I won't sing it, but he's very popular for a song. But the reason Sir Mix-a-Lot is in here, you can see this is real data from our clients, and you can see us here starting to stack marketing channels on top of each other. So the reason Sir Mix-a-Lot is on this slide is because when you mix a lot of your channels together, you get better outcomes. We've done case studies internally. When people run paid search and SEO together, we get better outcomes for both when they're leveraged together. And what's even better than that is when you have an agency or whoever it is that you're using to run these mediums, if they can communicate internally, it makes all the difference too, because I can go into a paid search account, I can see the top keywords. I can go into my SEO tools, I can see their top keywords. Are there opportunities? Do things line up? Are there things that we haven't tried to capitalize on? All of that's important, but you can see the impact that this has when we start SEO right there on that dip, and then once we start hitting display, video, and loading up those marketing channels, we're getting exponential outcomes. And that just makes the top of the funnel bigger, and no one loves big marketing funnels more than Sir Mix-a-Lot. So.
And one thing I would say here too is it's important to see that slow growth, right? As opposed to some of the data that you'll see in some of the other slides. It is that slow growth. It's not that immediately turn on a switch and suddenly it happens. It is that long-term commitment.
For sure. And another rapper. Can anyone tell me who that is? Eminem. One of his most popular songs is called Lose Yourself. In there he says, like, if you have one chance, one opportunity, that line. And I think that's how we should be looking at, all stages of marketing is like, if you had one chance to get in front of this customer, what would you say? But really here, now in the middle of the funnel, in the looking stage, again, they know that you exist now. They know that you have a product that can solve their needs. So what are you going to tell them to keep their interest? What are you going to do to help them want to consume more of your content, to learn more about your product? If you can read these questions, I think it's important to understand what possible customers or consumers might be thinking, and that will help you determine what you want to say, the messaging in your ads, what channels you want to be in. But I think the middle of the funnel or the looking stage is often overlooked. Like, everyone loves the bottom of the funnel because that's where, and it's true for Brendan as well, because that's where the conversions come from. Paid search, everyone does paid search, and as you should. Like, that's where the conversions come from. Everyone does paid social, which oftentimes could be seen as bottom of funnel, especially for like an e-commerce company or something like that. Lots of purchases happen on social. Phil showed a lot of statistics that lots of the younger population or demographic, that's where they're consuming content and making decisions. But the middle of the funnel and then the bottom of the funnel, everyone knows that they need a brand too. Just sometimes, like, we feel like they should be doing more of it, or they're not gauging it correctly. The middle of the funnel, I feel like we don't often think about what we're going to do to get them from bottom or from top to bottom. And so I think how the biggest thing I want to say is the KPIs or key metrics that we look at here. It's these micro engagements, these micro conversions, such as content viewing. So like for an auto dealerships, that's a VDP. We have specific channels, social and VIN retargeting, where we're trying to drive more VDPs, vehicle detail page views. For an e-commerce company, that would be product views. So we want more people looking at your products, looking at content, reading all that they can about you, staying on your site as long as possible. Yeah, so like the point is just to keep them engaged with your company and not others.
So yeah, I'll just add in, from an SEO perspective, when we're talking about questions, the questions that consumers are asking at this phase, they're asking things like, how is this different from other similar offerings? Will this product offering meet my needs or solve my problem? What are the key features and benefits? Those are all excellent topics to create content around. Content's been Google's #1 ranking factor for years now. So if you're creating quality content, and like I said, a really easy way to know if you're kind of measuring up to your competition is to go to Google, type in whatever it is that you're creating the content about, and see what pops up, and click into those websites and see, do they have bullets? How much of a word count is that page? Is it over 1,000 words? Is it 1,500 words? Do they share a video? Do they share images? What key features and benefits are they listing? Because not only do you have to match what they have out there, you got to surpass it, right, to win, to really compete with these guys. And that's going to take a little bit of time from an SEO perspective specifically. But as we go down the marketing funnel, users are obviously getting deeper and deeper into the website. So these would be great pages to set up and then to populate across, social, wherever you want to go with it. Guides, right? I have clients in this room that do a lot of guides for all their different product offerings. It's all just, really, you want to sell, but to nurture the buyer, get them down the funnel appropriately, you can't be focused on, even not, I would say in this stage of the funnel, on the ROI, right? You just need to be focused on making sure that you get these engagement metrics, create content around these questions, and then take a look and say, what does their time on site look like? What does the engagement rate look like? What does my click-through rate look like? Those are the ways you can see that you're winning in this phase of the funnel.
Yeah. Real quick, we put first-party data on here as a channel. Really, the reason that we put that is because display and video are often looked at as top-of-funnel channels, which is true. But really, your first-party data or remarketing to any past customers, it could be, or website visitors, is more of a middle-of-funnel strategy. You're re-engaging them and keeping them coming back. But what Cannon was saying is, we're still not looking at ROI or ROAS or purchases or leads here in the middle of the funnel. But the different thing with middle of funnel to top of funnel is that we do hope to see an immediate increase in these micro conversions. So if it's page views, again, to go back to this example is VDPs. So it's page views. We want people, car dealerships often know how many VDPs on average lead to a sale. And so if we can drive more VDPs, hopefully more sales come and follow that. And that's because they like the price, or they like that specific model or that color or whatever it is. And so this is an example of one of our dealerships that we started a social inventory-based campaign. So it's showing all the vehicles, and they click on those and immediately go to the VDP page, as well as VIN retargeting, which can be done on display and social. It's the same idea. The goal of that is to drive as many VDPs as possible. Now, those channels don't often drive the most leads, but they're very effective in creating that desire and creating that engagement that we're looking for. This is Jack Harlow, his breakout song. There's really only one line that I can use from it, and it's got a lot of options. The rest of it is very explicit. But your customers have a lot of options, and it's important it's important to remember that and do what you can to keep them engaged.
All right. We got to the bottom of the funnel. We're here. As you can see, we have our boy Drizzy Drake. Any guesses as to the line that might tie in here? Anybody? Drake fan?
Where's Landon
Something
at?
about the bottom. Made it from the bottom. Now we're here. All right. Anyways, so this is the phase that everybody is waiting for, right? This is the phase where your consumers are educated. They know who you are. They've been educated about your brand. You've been re-engaging them. They're ready to make a decision, and now it's your job to close the deal. Really, the channels that are involved in this part of the funnel are the channels that most people are aware of and would associate with this part of the funnel. Paid search, SEO, paid social, email, and then, as Peyton mentioned, we put first-party data here because we do feel like first-party data can be utilized in multiple different channels and can be utilized in different parts of the funnel based on how you utilize it. So some of the, I want to go through these questions because I think these are really awesome. These are the questions that your potential customers might be asking or probably are asking themselves at this phase. And so these really are the questions that you guys need to be answering for them, right? Or that you need to be providing a solution to. So how do I make the purchase? Like, is it online? Are there any discounts, promotions, bundles available? How long will it take to receive the product or service? What is the return exchange policy if I'm not satisfied? What kind of warranty or guarantee is provided? How does the checkout process work? Is it secure? What kind of customer support is available after the purchase? So maybe these seem obvious. I'll give credit to our one of our guys that just came on, Mitch. He helped us with these questions. But honestly, reading when he sent over some of the questions for us, I thought it was pretty eye-opening. How often do we actually think through the questions that our consumers are going to be asking and are thinking of during different parts? And are we tailoring the messaging that we have towards answering these questions? Are we tailoring the content that we are delivering to them to answer the questions and to remove friction? Because that's really what it's about right now. At the buying phase, it's about removing friction and making it as easy as possible for the consumer to take that last step, take that next action.
Lots of Matt from Sitka, when he was up here, lots of his answers were about that, about meeting the customer where they are, really focusing on what they want and what they need. And so, yeah, and putting yourself in the customer's shoes will help you do that.
Yeah, I'll just add into, just to give Jeffrey a little plug here. Jeffrey runs our CRO team. So when Brendan talks about reducing friction, I think a great investment, if any, some people in the audience has probably done this, but if you run some CRO and do some A/B testing with your websites, changing button colors, changing call to actions, and then testing those variants against a baseline to see what performs better over a month or two, can give you a lot of insight into what journey your buyer prefers the most, right? What is the most the journey that reduces the amount of friction and is the easiest? And what I love about that is the users are giving you the data. They're telling you through the data what version of the website they prefer. And the biggest thing to kind of bring this full circle with CRO, it helps every medium. It helps every medium perform better. So you're not just running CRO and the checkouts, the leads, not only do those get better, but when you're running video, when you're running SEO, when you're running paid search, when you're running display, when those people make their way into your websites, you know that you have the most ideal structure, as far as you know, to get them to convert to a lead, right? And so I think that that's a really great investment, and it's oftentimes overlooked. So yeah, I would definitely recommend some CRO if you haven't done that before. And once you find that, if a variant kind of sticks out with a higher conversion rate, 7-8%, that's your new baseline. Run the test back again. Switch it up again. Always be testing, right? To find out what is most optimal for your users.
All right, so this is a graph, an example of what you would hope to see when launching paid search. So as opposed to other stage of the funnel, this is the stage where it's you are looking for ROI. You're looking for ROAS. You're looking to convert. You're looking for an immediate impact when you're implementing a low funnel strategy that hasn't been running before. You're looking for an immediate increase in leads. So not the micro conversions or the page views that we talked about in the middle of the funnel, VDPs, and in the beginning of the funnel, we're not just talking about search volume and awareness. No, we're talking about when you implement it, you want to see that lift in leads. We got our boy DJ Khaled on here. Any guesses to the line that?
Thank
yeah,
you.
we want another one. We want another conversion, another one. But yeah, this is a phase of the funnel where you should be focusing on getting that return.
Awesome. Okay, we'll just, this is our last slide, and then we'll do a little Q&A. So each stage has its own unique value. I was thinking about this slide, and probably the best way, or the way that I wanted to kind of get the point across of the top the top one here, and that would be, I almost thought about like the car, right? And you have your gas tank, and if you're only running like the bottom of the funnel, then you're a quarter full. If you're running the middle of the funnel, then you're half full. If you're running all three funnels together, then you're full, and that's going to take you further. That is 100% true for the marketing funnel. If you're only focused on more transactional queries, like buy a Tacoma today, buy a new Tacoma, those type of keywords, yeah, that might serve you well in the short term, but once they buy that car, how long is that user, until you see them again, how long will it be until they come back? And that's assuming they remember your brand. That's assuming they remember that they really loved the experience they got while buying their car. There's no guarantees there. So to have all layers working together, feeding people down the funnel, ensures that you have a constant rotation, supply of people that are interested. You've nurtured them clear down, and you're running on a full tank. You're going to go a lot further.
Key metrics change by stage, and I know that this seems like it would be obvious, but time and time again, people are hoping and expecting for display and video or VIN retargeting or social even to drive car sales or home purchases or whatever it is. And it's really important that before you deploy something or as you're doing it, that beforehand the conversation is, what does success look like with this specific spend? And it should be objective based and not just channel based. Obviously the end goal is to make more money as a business, but you have to consider how you're going to do that and where each channel falls into that, and then what metrics will help you determine if that was successful to help people move along the path to conversion.
So think about your consumer journey. You got to think about where your users are during their marketing phase, and if you're tailoring your messaging the same for all of your potential customers, regardless of where they are in their buying journey, you're going to be less successful. If you can take a step back and think about your consumer and where they are in their purchase journey, and really tailor your goal for that channel towards where they are in the journey, and make sure that you're messaging that in a way that speaks to them, you're going to be much more successful. Basically, like, you never mind. I was going to give an analogy, but I won't, because it'll embarrass Camden. So. But just be conscious of where they are in the journey. A one-size-fits-all is not the right approach. You need to think about where your consumers are and make sure that you're messaging accordingly.
With that, does anyone have any questions or even anything that they've done successful or any problems that they're having? Like any discussion we can have right now is welcome. Perfect.
It is good to see you guys. Thank you guys for coming. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for joining the session. I know it's the last one of the day, so hopefully it was entertaining enough, and thank you very much.
Yeah.
Down like a bell. I grabbed my 9, all I heard was shells falling on the concrete real fast. Jumped in my car, slammed on the gas, bumper to bumper. The avenue's packed. I'm trying to get away before the jackers jack. Release
Miami's on the scene, you know what I mean? They passed me up, confronted all the dope fiends. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla. Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla. Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla. Ice, ice, baby. Take heed, cause I'm a lyrical poet. Miami's on the scene, just in case you didn't know it. My town, that created all the bass sound. Enough to shake and kick holes in the ground. My style's like a chemical spill. These are rhymes you can vision and feel. Conducted and formed, there's a hell of a concept. We make it hype, and you wanna step with this. Shape plays on a fade, slice like a ninja, cut like a razor blade so fast. Other DJs say, damn, rhyme was a drug, I'd sell it by the gram. Keep my composure when it's time to get loose. Magnetized by the mic when I kick my juice. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Ice.